Chapter 535. Yuan Jinghong seemed to have misunderstood something. Young Master Yuan, Chu Luiyue was about to explain when she heard a voice from the side. Ms. Chu. Chu Luiyue turned around and saw that it was Duan Ziyu. During the competition, Duan Ziyu had been waiting here and didn't leave at all. After the results were out, he was shocked for a long time and came later. I'm here to bring you back. Yuan Jinghong was stunned. Duan Ziyu? Why are you here? Duan Ziyu was Mu Qinghe's confidant. They had met many times and naturally knew each other. He's here to bring Chu Luiyue back. Back where? Duan Ziyu said calmly. Of course, I'm waiting for you. As he spoke, he looked at Chu Luiyue again. Lieutenant is in the residence now. If he knows that you got first place, he'll be very happy. Chu Luiyue thought to herself that Mu Qinghe wouldn't be happy or unhappy because of this. He had always been reserved and rarely wasted time and energy on unrelated people or things. Even if he cared, it should be because this result involved a deeper problem. Even though she hadn't gotten to the bottom of it yet, Mu Qinghe clearly knew some inside information. But she obviously wouldn't say this out loud. She just smiled faintly. Luckily, I didn't disappoint him. Chu Luiyue then bade farewell to Jian Fengqi and Duan Ziyu. Just as she turned around, before she could leave, Yuan Jinghong shouted. Wait! Chu Luiyue looked back. Young Master Yuan, is there anything else? Yuan Jinghong looked at her calm and composed expression and felt that something was wrong. Why you want to follow Duan Ziyu back to the Mu residence? Why Yuan Fengqi, ah. Yuan Jinghong cried out in pain and looked at Jian Fengqi angrily. He was speaking up for me. Why did he start a fight? Jian Fengqi couldn't be bothered to look at his stupid face. He couldn't help but regret bringing him along. There's nothing else. You guys can leave first. Jian Fengqi said and turned to leave. Yuan Jinghong quickly followed. What's wrong with you? Why did Chu Luiyue leave with Duan Ziyu? He was Mu Qinghe's man. Isn't this the same as openly snatching someone from you? Jian Fengqi said lazily, first, she's not one of my people. Secondly, she can go wherever she wants. It has nothing to do with me. Yuan Jinghong was heartbroken. Mu Qinghe has always been at odds with you. Now that she's bullying you, you don't care at all? Jian Fengqi stared at him. What are you doing? Yuan Jinghong was a little nervous. Jian Fengqi let out a long sigh and walked forward. What was wrong with him? Why was he friends with Yuan Jinghong? Yuan Jinghong looked at the two of them hesitantly. In the end, he still followed Jian Fengqi. Hey! What did you mean just now? Make yourself clear. In fact, Chu Luiyue and Jian Fengqi didn't take this matter to heart. But they didn't know that this scene was seen by everyone else. Jian Fengqi and Mu Qinghe were fighting again? And it was because of a woman. West Hill was going to be lively. At this time, Chu Luiyue had no idea what kind of rumors would spread. She took Chang Wanzhou and followed Duan Ziyu back to the Mu residence. But in her heart, she was thinking about something else. She couldn't stay in the Mu residence anymore. Staying in the Mu residence had its benefits. At the very least, it was very safe. In West Hill City, almost no one would be bold enough to break into the Mu residence. But it was very inconvenient for her to stay in the Mu residence. If it were ordinary cultivation and medicine refinement, it would be fine. But there were too many things to do. If she continued to stay in the Mu residence, there would be too many concerns. She had to find another place. Fortunately, she had a lot of money now, so she had a lot of choices. Tianling Palace. Clear Wind Palace. This was the residence of the Tianling dynasty's emperor, Sheng Guanyu. Since he fell into a coma more than a year ago, he had been recuperating here. Clear Wind Palace was heavily guarded. Now, only the third princess, Sheng Guanwan, could enter and leave this place freely. As for the others, even the royal family, if they wanted to enter this place, they had to go through strict checks. In other words, they had to get Shang Wanwan's personal order. At this time, night was about to fall. A tall figure walked out of Clear Wind Palace. The light from the lanterns that had just been lit shone on his face. It was an elegant and handsome face. It was Jiang Yucheng. It was already early winter. Perhaps it was because of the cold at night, but his face looked a little cold. Sun Qi, who was waiting outside the palace, quickly went up to him. Eldest young master. When Jiang Yucheng saw his strange expression, he asked, "Why? What's wrong?" Sun Qi paused for a moment and said softly, "Eldest young master, the Wanjing competition is over." Jiang Yucheng frowned slightly. So sudden? He thought it would take another 2 or 3 days. Today, he came to visit the emperor and stayed inside for a long time. He didn't expect this to happen as soon as he came out. Sun Qi explained, "Yes. The last few people came out almost one after another, and the winner was quickly decided." Jiang Yucheng asked, "What's the result?" Sun Qi wanted to say something but hesitated. Jiang Yucheng frowned even more. Sun Qi bent down and said softly, "Chu Luiyue got first place." Jiang Yucheng was stunned for a moment before he subconsciously said, "How is that possible?" As soon as he said that, he knew that his words were meaningless. Sun Qi couldn't be lying. Then, Chu Luiyue really defeated all the competitors and became first place. Her yuan meridian is clearly, Jiang Yucheng muttered softly, but he quickly swallowed the rest of his words. But the doubts in his heart were even stronger. It shouldn't be. Chu Luiyue's talent was not bad, but she only had an intermediate Daijing yuan meridian. She was the worst among the remaining people. Everyone else could be first, but she was the least likely. "But, does the third princess know about this?" he asked. Sun Qi said, "She should know." The competition ended in the afternoon. He had been waiting here for Jiang Yucheng for a long time. There was no reason that the third princess didn't know. Jiang Yucheng thought about it and agreed. Shang Wanwan was very concerned about this matter. Although she didn't leave the palace, she had already sent people in private. She should know about what happened in Xuanji Square. Jiang Yucheng tidied up his clothes and walked forward. Sun Qi followed behind silently. The two of them quickly left Qingfeng Hall. However, he didn't walk far before a palace maid walked towards him. Seeing that palace maid, Jiang Yucheng's eyes flashed with a trace of gloominess. The palace maid walked directly in front of Jiang Yucheng and curtsied, "Prince consort, the third princess invites you." Although it was invite, it was obviously impossible to refuse. Jiang Yucheng said, "Lead the way." "Yes. Prince consort, please." Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 536. When Jiang Yucheng arrived at Huayang Palace, Shang Wanwan was waiting for him. "Yucheng. You're here." Once Shang Wanwan saw him, she immediately walked forward happily and planned to directly lean into his embrace. Jiang Yucheng silently took a step back. "Greetings, third princess." Shang Wanwan missed him and pouted unhappily. "What are you doing?" Jiang Yucheng said, "My marriage hasn't been finalized yet. The princess and I are not yet married, so we shouldn't meet in private at this time. Everything still needs to follow the etiquette of the palace." Shang Wanwan chuckled and reached out to pull his arm. "Yucheng, this is Huayang Palace, and there are no outsiders. You don't have to do this. Besides, even if I want to do something, will anyone dare to stop me? Now that the entire palace is under my control, what do I have to be afraid of?" This time, Jiang Yucheng didn't push her hand away and only glanced at the palace maid beside her. "Chan Yi, you can leave first," Shang Wanwan said. "Yes." That palace maid lowered her head and left respectfully. Jiang Yucheng held Shang Wanwan's wrist. "Let's talk inside." "Sun Qi, guard outside." Sun Qi hurriedly bowed. "Yes." Jiang Yuqing brought Shang Wanwan into the room and carefully checked all the doors and windows. Shang Wanwan found it very funny and nonchalantly said, "Yuqing, you're too cautious. Are you suspecting that my Huayang palace isn't safe enough?" After confirming that there were no abnormalities around, Jiang Yuqing turned around, sat down on the chair, and patiently said, "It's always right to be more careful. I'm doing all this for you." When Shang Wanwan heard this, her expression indeed became much better as she intimately leaned over. However, Jiang Yuqing didn't have such thoughts. "I went to see His Majesty today. His Majesty still doesn't seem to show any signs of waking up. None of the methods he used seemed to work." At the mention of this, Shang Wanwan lost interest. She sat down beside him and snorted. "Who asked you to be so ruthless back then? Now, all we can do is wait. After all, there were only a few trustworthy celestial physicians." Jiang Yuqing's eyes flashed with coldness. Back then, he had asked Shang Wanwan to handle this matter. She had not done a good job, but now she was pushing all the blame onto him. But there was no point in arguing with her now. Besides, they had more important things to discuss. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Are you looking for me so late at night because of the Wanjing competition?" Jiang Yuqing went straight to the point. Shang Wanwan's eyes lit up instantly. Her face was full of excitement and joy. "That's right. Sun Qi should have already told you about the news from the Wanjing competition, right? That Chu something who won first place, Chu Luyue," Jiang Yuqing continued. Yes. That's the name. I heard that it's a girl in her teens. I think it was Mu Qinghe who brought her back, right?" Jiang Yuqing glanced at her and felt unhappy for some reason. However, he didn't show it on his face. He nodded and said, "She's only a stage 3 warrior now. It's indeed quite surprising that she could win first place. However, what? Yuqing, don't you know that she has already broken through to become a stage 4 warrior?" Shang Wanwan interrupted him. Jiang Yuqing was stunned. The smile on Shang Wanwan's face became more secretive and excited. "And she broke through in the Tianling God realm. What do you think this means?" "It means that she's very compatible with the Tianling God realm." Jiang Yuqing frowned. "But her Yuan meridian is only at the intermediate level. It can't be compared to those higher level ones. How can it not be compared?" Shang Wanwan stood up, and her face was filled with unconcealable excitement and ecstasy. "She's at the intermediate level of the Daijing Yuan meridian, but she performed better than the higher level ones. This shows that her Yuan meridian, it's still too early to say this. We have to take it step by step. Only then can we be safe, right?" Jiang Yuqing didn't want to hear what she was going to say next, so he suddenly said, "Before His Majesty wakes up, we can't act rashly." Shang Wanwan was stunned. She sized him up a few times, and her eyes were filled with suspicion. "Yuqing, what's wrong with you today?" "I just feel that everything is progressing too smoothly, so I'm very happy." "Aren't you happy for me?" Jiang Yuqing gently said, "Why would I be? Haven't I waited with you for so long? This matter concerns your future, so of course, I care about it the most." Shang Wanwan knitted her brows slightly. "But you look as if, my heart aches when I think of how much you'll have to suffer in the future." Jiang Yuqing stood up, held her hand, and hugged her. Shang Wanwan grumbled. "But I can't wait anymore. For the past year, I've been living in fear every day, afraid that someone will discover that my Yuan meridian is damaged. I've become a cripple. If I don't recover before the imperial court, everything will be over. Compared to losing everything, what's this bit of suffering?" Jiang Yuqing gently patted her back. "Don't worry. It'll definitely be fine. Let's take it step by step. I guarantee that there won't be any problems, okay? If we alert the enemy now, all our efforts will go to waste, right?" Shang Wanwan gradually calmed down and looked up at him. "Then, what do you think we should do?" Jiang Yuqing smiled. "Naturally, we'll follow the previous plan. Tomorrow, at Xianli Garden, all the major sects will send people, and the contestants will also be there. After you go, you just need to sit there quietly and do what you should do as the third princess. After all, as long as we keep them in Wiling, we won't have to worry about them suddenly disappearing. Shang Wanwan was quickly convinced by Jiang Yucheng. All right then. I also want to see what those people are like, especially that Chu Luyue. Jiang Yucheng nodded in agreement, but a trace of darkness flashed past his eyes. Mu Manor. Chu Luyue and Chang Wanzhou followed Duan Ziyu to the front hall. Mu Qinghe was sitting there with his eyes closed. It was rare for him to be free. When he heard movement, he opened his eyes. Chu Luyue and Chang Wanzhou bowed. Mu Qinghe's gaze moved between her and Chang Wanzhou. After a while, he spoke. I haven't congratulated the two of you for getting the best results in the Wanjing competition. Chu Luyue was naturally humble again. Then, she mentioned that she wanted to move out. Mu Qinghe looked at her. Why? Did the people from Mu Manor not serve you well? Duan Ziyu immediately broke out in cold sweat. Chu Luyue shook her head and explained, the people from Mu Manor treat me and little Zhou very well. I'm also very grateful that Vice Admiral Mu has been helping me so much. But since I'm already in Wiling, I can't stay in Mu Manor forever. I'm already very sorry for disturbing you during this period of time. So, I think, it's better to move out and find another place to live. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 537. Chu Liuyue's tone was sincere, her expression was serious, and her eyes were filled with determination. Mu Qinghe glanced at her and knew that she was serious. He tapped the table with his finger. You don't have any relatives or friends in West Hill, and you don't even know many people. Isn't it convenient to live in the Mu residence? Moreover, with the Mu residence's support, you can save a lot of trouble. Chu Luyue quickly said, Vice Admiral Mu, I just feel that as an outsider living here with a small boat, I'm causing trouble for you. Although the Mu residence is not an aristocratic family, it's more than enough to support the two of you. At this point, Mu Qinghe looked at Chu Luyue meaningfully. Chu Luyue coughed awkwardly. He was still brooding over the 90,000 white crystal coins that she had spent. Lu Yu appreciates Vice Admiral Mu's kindness. But I owe Vice Admiral Mu enough, and I really don't want to continue disturbing you. Although Chu Liuyue's words were tactful, everyone present could tell that she would not change her mind. Mu Qinghe lowered his eyes and fell into deep thought. Chu Luyue also quieted down and waited for his reply. The entire hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. After a while, Mu Qinghe stood up. Since you've already thought it through, I won't stop you. But the moment you leave the Mu residence, all the benefits will be taken back. He took 2 steps and paused. I'll leave you 10,000 white crystal coins for you to use during this period of time. Chu Luyue was very surprised. She didn't expect that Mu Qinghe would be willing to help her even when she was about to leave. She quickly said, Thank you for your kindness, Vice Admiral Mu. But I can't accept this money. Mu Qinghe looked at her suspiciously. With her previous spending speed, 10,000 white crystal coins wouldn't even be enough to support her for a few days. She actually didn't want it? Were they planning to fight the northwest wind? Chu Luyue understood what he meant, and her eyes curved. Don't worry, young Master Jian bet on me winning first place and won quite a bit of money. He has already agreed to share a portion of it with me. Therefore, I can still hold on for a long time. Mu Qinghe's face turned cold for a moment, but it quickly disappeared. He didn't say anything and left. Chu Luyue looked at his back and frowned slightly. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt that Mu Qinghe seemed a little unhappy. However, this thought only flashed through his mind. Mu Qinghe was too busy with his own affairs. How could he care about such a small matter as where she lived? She looked at Duan Ziyu. It's getting late today. Xiao Zhou and I will stay here for the last night. I'll leave tomorrow. What else could Duan Ziyu say? The deputy general made it clear that he didn't want her to find another place to live. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said those words. However, Chu Luiyue refused so straightforwardly. She didn't know if she really didn't understand or if she pretended not to understand. Please go ahead. After Duan Ziyu finished speaking, he also left. Chu Luiyue returned to the small courtyard with Chang Wanzhou. You've been working hard for the past few days. Have a good rest today. You still have to go to Xianli Garden tomorrow. Chu Luiyue said and walked towards her room. When she was about to enter the door, Chang Wanzhou, who was standing behind her, suddenly said, "He must have offended you." Chu Luiyue looked back at him in surprise. "Xiao Zhou, what did you say?" Chang Wanzhou stared at her. "Otherwise, he wouldn't be so guilty towards you." The expression on Chu Luiyue's face froze for a moment. After a moment, the corners of her lips curled up slightly as if she was smiling. However, her eyes were cold and bitter, and it disappeared in an instant. "You're wrong. That's not towards me. Besides, it's not guilt." With that, she turned around and entered the room. Chang Wanzhou stood there for a long time. He had always been very sensitive to people's emotions. But why did she say that? Or, am I really wrong? After pondering for a long time, Chang Wanzhou couldn't come to a conclusion. He simply put it aside and returned to his room. The night passed without a word. The next morning, after Chu Luiyue woke up and packed up, she wanted to say goodbye to Mu Qinghe. However, Duan Ziyu said that he had already left the residence, so she left with Chang Wanzhou. Although the Wanzheng competition had ended, Xiling City was still very lively. The two of them were recognized by many people as they walked on the streets. It couldn't be helped. The two of them were too special in terms of appearance and temperament. They could be recognized at a glance in the crowd. However, these people only looked at them, but no one dared to take the initiative to approach them. Wherever the two of them passed, the crowd sensibly made way. As they got closer and closer to Xianli Garden, the number of people around them decreased. When they reached the end of the street, Chu Luiyue immediately saw that there were already black cavalry on guard. The lineup this time was clearly much more powerful than before. It was obvious that the people who were coming today were of high status. Chu Luiyue thought for a moment and walked forward with Chang Wanzhou. The people guarding the entrance of Xianli Garden were replaced by two royal elders. Chu Luiyue was more certain of her prediction. She walked forward without batting an eyelid. The two elders recognized Chu Luiyue and Chang Wanzhou, but they still checked them carefully before letting them in. A person who looked like a page boy walked forward. "The two of you, please follow me." Chu Luiyue and Chang Wanzhou nodded and followed. Chu Luiyue asked, "May I know where we're going?" The page boy said, "Thousand View Garden." Chu Luiyue was stunned, and her footsteps slowed. Chang Wanzhou glanced at her. However, Chu Luiyue quickly recovered. "It was actually Thousand View Garden. The purple gold Bodhi leaf is in that direction." The legendary three-eyed eagle's voice suddenly sounded. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 538. In Thousand View Garden? Are you sure? Chu Luiyue asked in her heart. "I'm sure." The legendary three-eyed eagle sounded very certain. "If we get closer, I'll be able to accurately guess its location." Chu Luiyue continued walking forward calmly with a slight frown. She had been very concerned about Thousand View Garden in the past, but she had never noticed anything strange after so many years. When did the purplish gold Buddha leaf appear there? Under the lead of the page boy, they walked through a winding corridor and passed by a rippling lake before finally arriving at Thousand View Garden. Through the simple and elegant moon-shaped gate, Chu Luiyue could see that there were already many people in the courtyard. "Please," the page boy stopped outside the gate. There was a strict hierarchy inside, and the security was tight. He was only responsible for leading them here, but he wasn't qualified to enter. "Thank you." Chu Luiyue looked at the familiar scene before her, and her heart stirred. She couldn't be more familiar with every brick, stone, grass, and tree here. She exhaled softly, straightened her back, and walked in with a smile. The moment she walked in, the originally noisy courtyard quietened down instantly. Everyone looked over with different expressions on their faces. Chu Luiyue quickly scanned the surroundings and immediately recognized many familiar faces. Even Yang Qin, and the rest, who were severely injured previously, were here today. After all, it involved which sect they could enter in the future, so naturally, no one dared to slack off. She didn't see any people from the various sects, so she guessed that they should be in the hall inside. And this place was obviously left for the young participants who participated in the Wanjing competition. The atmosphere in the courtyard became a little strange. The participant with the lowest cultivation level had become the champion, which made the others somewhat unconvinced. However, they had all been to the Tianling God realm and had seen the situation inside. They were very clear that Chu Luiyue definitely didn't win by luck. This made them even more upset. She was only 14 years old. Those who could participate in the Wanjing competition were all geniuses with the Daijing Yuan Meridian. They were definitely the cream of the crop no matter where they were. This match had undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to their confidence. Then, he looked at Chu Luiyue with mixed feelings. Chu Luiyue completely ignored all of this and did not take it to heart at all. She casually found a spot and casually looked at the surrounding scenery. There was just the right amount of novelty in her eyes, but she was also very restrained and polite. No one could find any fault with her. "So, you really don't want to get up?" Suddenly, a sharp female voice came from not far away. The entire courtyard fell silent for a moment. Chu Luiyue followed everyone's gaze and saw two women arguing. The one who spoke was a woman in a purple dress. She looked to be in her early 20s and had an arrogant look on her face. Standing in front of her was a young girl who still had some baby fat on her face. She looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. She wore a green dress with a silver cauldron tattooed on her left chest. This was a disciple of the Chongshu Pavilion. Her round face was flushed red, and her fists were clenched tightly. She looked like she was trying her best to endure it. "Miss, this was originally my position." The purple-clothed woman mocked. "Your spot? Is your name written on this spot?" The round-faced woman said word by word. "This is indeed a spot prepared for a disciple of the Chongshu Pavilion. If you don't believe me, we can ask someone to see if that's the case." The purple-clothed woman raised her hand and put it to her ear. "What? Who did you say it was prepared for? The Chongshu Pavilion? That sect still exists? I thought it was disbanded a long time ago." The round-faced woman immediately widened her eyes and said angrily, "Miss, please be careful with your words." The purple-clothed woman glanced at her. "Who do you think you are? How dare you order me around?" The round-faced woman was clearly not good with words. She trembled in anger at the woman's arrogance, but she could not think of any rebuttal. "Don't you dare insult my sect. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." The purple-clothed woman covered her chest and mocked. I'm so scared. The remnants of the Chongshu Pavilion are threatening me." A burst of laughter came from the crowd. A young man standing beside the purple-clothed woman took a step forward and said to the round-faced woman, "Miss, I'm sorry. My junior sister has always been willful. If her words offend you, please don't take it to heart. This is her first time in Thousand View Garden, so it's inevitable that she's curious. Why don't you give this spot to her?" Chu Luiyue noticed that there were 9 stars tattooed on the left side of his chest, forming a line. He was clearly a disciple of the 9-Star Alliance. The round-faced woman took a deep breath and said word by word, "The seats here are specially arranged for the disciples of the 4 major sections. They don't belong to you. Moreover, there are so many people sitting here. Why did you choose me?" None of the people from the other 3 major sects dared to provoke them from the beginning to the end. They were here for her on purpose. The young man sneered with a hint of contempt. Why is that? I believe everyone is very clear about it, right? I spoke politely to you just now because I wanted to leave some face for both of us. But since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for speaking rudely. The man pointed to the seat behind the round-faced woman and said, Based on the current strength of the Chongshu Pavilion, do you have the right to sit here? Everyone didn't say it on the surface, but in reality, everyone knew that the current Chongshu cabinet was just an empty shell. This is Xiling, where strength is respected. Since you don't have the strength, you deserve to be squeezed down by others. The purple-clothed woman beside him also had a smug expression. Senior brother, there's no need to talk so much nonsense when dealing with people who don't have the strength but still have the cheek to occupy a seat. Just let them know how powerful we are. The Nine-Star Alliance had long surpassed the Chongshu Pavilion. Naturally, this seat should be theirs. The round-faced woman felt as if her chest was blocked by something. She felt so uncomfortable that all the blood in her body seemed to be boiling. She was clamoring for a fight. However, her last shred of rationality still firmly nailed her to the ground. Before they came, the second elder had said that this Wanjing competition was of great importance and that they must not cause trouble. Moreover, their Chongshu Pavilion was at the center of the storm and could easily be targeted. If they made a mistake, it would very likely lead to great trouble. That was why she had been restraining herself. But, these people actually humiliated her sect. That purple-clothed woman wasn't even an official disciple of the Nine-Star Alliance. How dare they be so arrogant? They were bullying their Chongshu Pavilion. The man raised 3 fingers. I'll count to 3. Immediately give this seat to my junior sister. Otherwise. Otherwise what? A clear and bright female voice suddenly sounded. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 539. The few of them turned around and saw that it was a beautiful woman dressed in red. It was Chu Luiyue. She had a smile on her face as if she was just asking casually. However, everyone could see that this dispute was just disciples fighting for a seat on the surface. In fact, it was the Nine-Star Alliance challenging the position of the 4 major sects in the Chongshu Pavilion. Whoever interfered at this time would be involved in this dispute. Why did Chu Luiyue suddenly care about this all of a sudden? When the young man saw that it was Chu Luiyue, he restrained his arrogance. It was rumored that she had an extraordinary relationship with Jian Fengqi and Mu Qinghe. No matter which one of them it was, they were not people he could provoke. The ferocious expression on his face stiffened into a smile. Miss Chu, what do you mean? Chu Luiyue asked with a smile. Don't misunderstand. I'm just a little curious. Since this seat belongs to someone else, why are you fighting for it? Chu Luiyue's words were too straightforward, causing the man to choke. If I didn't remember wrongly, this lady seems to be someone your Jiaoxing alliance brought over from outside Heaven's canopy. She shouldn't have entered your sect yet. Why are you calling each other senior brother and junior sister? This time, the purple-clothed woman's expression turned ugly. Wasn't he scolding her in public? Chu Luiyue looked at the round-faced woman and asked with a smile. I just heard that only the official disciples of the 4 major sects can sit in the seat, right? The round-faced woman didn't expect Chu Luiyue to suddenly help and nodded in a daze. That's right. These 4 major sects are the top existences in West Hill. They are Dragon Teeth Mountain, Soaring Cloud Sect, Purple Shao Sword Sect, and our Chongshu Pavilion. When we came in just now, the servant had already said that this seat was reserved for us. Although it was called a seat, it was actually a status. Chu Luiyue nodded and looked at the 2 people from the Nine-Star Alliance. Since this seat is reserved for the 4 major sects, may I ask, the Nine-Star Alliance? The 2 immediately became embarrassed. Wasn't Chu Luiyue asking the obvious? It's precisely because they're not now and want to replace Chongshu cabinet that they're doing this on purpose. What were they supposed to say when she asked that? The purple-clothed woman was unconvinced. Chongshu Pavilion is no longer the Chongshu Pavilion of the past. Let's talk about her. His ranking in the Wanjing competition was below mine. Just based on this point alone, she has no right to sit here. Chu Luiyue asked. What's your rank? The woman in purple raised her chin. 35. Chu Luiyue looked at the round-faced woman. What about you? The round-faced woman lowered her head in embarrassment. 41, actually, the difference between the two of them wasn't that big. Furthermore, this round-faced woman was considered young among these people. It was already considered good that she could obtain this rank. The purple-clothed woman sneered. Although I've only been to West Hill for a short while, I know that there's a rule in West Hill: strength is respected. Now that my ranking is higher than hers and I'm stronger than her, why can't I sit here? The round-faced woman's face flushed red. Her lips trembled, and tears welled up in her eyes. It was all because she was useless. If she had performed better in the Wanjing competition, she wouldn't have been humiliated like this and implicated the reputation of her entire sect. What about me? Chu Luiyue said. The purple-clothed woman was suddenly stunned. What? Chu Luiyue smiled. I'm first. Am I more qualified to sit here than you? The purple-clothed woman seemed to be choked by something and stuttered. But, you're not interested in this seat at all. Why are you deliberately making things difficult for us? Whether I'm interested or not is my business. You just have to answer my question. Chu Luiyue looked at her indifferently. You, the purple-clothed woman was enraged, and her voice became sharp and piercing. Chu Luiyue, are you determined to stand up for Chongshu Pavilion today? You have to think carefully. You're going against the entire 9-Star Alliance. Chu Luiyue smiled. Isn't it just a seat? Do you have to make it sound so serious? But if you really want to put it that way, then you can say it's true. His nonchalant attitude made the woman even angrier. On impulse, she took a step forward and was immediately stopped by the man beside her. Junior sister. Chu Luiyue alone wasn't scary, but she had Jian Fengqi and Mu Qinghe behind her. Now, the entire West Hill was rumored to be very fond of Chu Luiyue. No matter which one Chu Luiyue chose, her status and power in the future couldn't be underestimated. If they went against her, wouldn't they be looking for trouble for themselves? Senior brother. The woman was angry, but when she met the man's warning gaze, she finally swallowed the rest of her words and turned her head away unwillingly. The man said, Since Miss Chu wants this seat, then we won't fight with you. Miss Chu, please. With that, he pulled the purple-clothed woman to the other side. The round-faced woman looked at Chu Luiyue gratefully and hesitantly. Chu Luiyue looked at the round-faced woman, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. You can continue to sit in this seat. But, I'm not interested in this. I just don't like them. Don't take it to heart. Chu Luiyue patted her shoulder lightly. The round-faced woman looked at her in a daze. So, from the beginning to the end, Chu Luiyue really did it to help her. Ever since the incident at the Chongshu Pavilion, the people in the pavilion had been looked down on and ridiculed, and there were countless people who hit them when they were down. This was the first time that someone stood on their side in public and spoke up for them. And this person was Chu Luiyue, who they didn't know. Thank you, the round-faced woman was a little helpless. I don't know how to thank you. Chu Luiyue asked. What's your name? How old are you? The round-faced woman answered honestly. My name is Yi Ranran. I'll be 14 in a month. Chu Luiyue was a little surprised. This woman looked to be 15 or 16 years old, but she was a few months younger than her. As if she could see Chu Luiyue's meaning, the round-faced woman's cheeks turned slightly red. I eat a lot, so I look stronger than ordinary women. Chu Luiyue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She's clearly still a half-grown child. How badly does Chongshu cabinet need people to send her out? It's okay. You're very talented. As long as you cultivate well, you'll be very powerful in the future. Chu Luiyue said seriously. Yi Ranran's eyes lit up. Pavilion Master said so too, but I always thought he was coaxing me, she said a little embarrassedly. Chu Luiyue sighed softly in her heart. It's true. Also, remember to return the favor if you're bullied in the future. Yi Ranran nodded vigorously. Just as he was about to ask more questions, he heard a voice. The sect master of the Purple Shao Sword sect has arrived. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 540. Everyone was shocked. The Purple Shao Sword sect had a high status, and they thought it would be an elder. Why was it the sect master? Amidst the commotion, a burly middle-aged man walked over. It was the Purple Shao Sword sect master, Song Wan. Immediately after, the leaders of the other major sects also appeared in front of everyone. Dragon Teeth Mountain's master, Jian Shai. Sky Soaring Clan's sect master, Qing Li Feng. Chongshu Pavilion's pavilion master, Yuqi Song. The top figures of the four major sects were all gathered here. After that, the leaders of the other sects that were ranked below the four major sects also appeared. The courtyard had already quietened down. Everyone secretly looked at each other. Clearly, they didn't expect that there would be such a big lineup today. Instantly, many people became nervous. These were all rumored top-notch experts. Regardless of status or personal strength, there was no doubt that they were the most powerful existences in Xiling and even the entire Tianling dynasty. Usually, it was very rare to see even one of them, but they actually appeared together this time. Chairs were already prepared in the courtyard. There were 4 on both sides, and 2 at the front. The 8 of them sat down one after another, and there was a distance between them and Chu Liuyue's group. Chu Liuyue's gaze landed on the 2 empty chairs. To be able to sit in those seats, the 3rd princess has arrived. The prince consort has arrived. A sharp voice rang out. Chu Liuyue's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately looked up. He saw a young lady in an exquisite and gorgeous palace dress walking over. She had a fluttering hairstyle and a phoenix gold biyao in her hair. When she walked over leisurely, the biyao swayed gently. There was a faint and graceful smile on her face, and the makeup on her body made her look even more noble. Chu Luiyue looked at the extremely familiar face, and his fingers trembled slightly. Shengguan Wan. More than a year had passed, but she didn't seem to have changed much. It was as if everything that happened in the past didn't leave any traces. No, she still changed. Chu Liuyue's gaze swept over Shengguan Wan's body inch by inch. In the past, Shengguan Wan, because of the lowly status of her birth mother, did not have a good life in the palace. Therefore, she always had an eager and flattering smile on her face. She was as weak as a dodder flower swaying in the wind without anyone to rely on. Anyone who saw her watery and deceptive eyes would feel pity for her. Even if he did something wrong, it was always hard to be mercilessly punished. Chu Luiyue sneered inwardly. Among them, this included her former self. At that time, she was born with the Tianjing Yuan meridian. Since she was young, she had everything that others desired. At first, she didn't feel it. Later, Shengguan Wan always showed envy in front of her, intentionally or unintentionally. She gradually thought that Shengguan Wan was very pitiful. Not to mention that she often helped her, many times she was particularly soft-hearted. It was this unnecessary and useless sympathy that caused her to lose her life. Looking at the current Shengguan Wan, she was arrogant and in high spirits. Her eyes were filled with the arrogance and murderous fierceness of a person in a superior position. She didn't look like the past at all. She must have lived a very comfortable life in power for more than a year. That was why she became like this, right? Half a step behind her, there was a young man. Jiang Yucheng. He was wearing a blue brocade robe with a white jade belt around his waist, outlining his tall figure. He didn't have any extra accessories on his body, but at a glance, he had a noble aura. Anyone who saw him would guess that this person's identity was extraordinary. Today, he didn't wear a mask, revealing his original appearance. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and he was handsome. To be called the most handsome man in West Hill, he did have some capital. Different from Jian Fengqi, that kind of romantic person, Jiang Yuqing had a pair of affectionate eyes. When he stared at a person, it was easy to have an affectionate expression. This made people misunderstand that he had a rare gentleness. It was this pair of eyes that deceived her and pushed her to death. Looking at it now, under that thin layer of floating light, how cold and vicious was it? At that time, she was really bewitched. That was why she was bullied to that extent by these two people. Chu Luiyue clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. A handsome and enchanting face suddenly appeared in her mind. Chu Luiyue's heart stirred. It was Rong Xiu. Somehow, the anger and resentment in Chu Luiyue's heart gradually calmed down. It was as if there was an invisible hand gently comforting her. Chu Luiyue opened her eyes, and a trace of nostalgia flashed across her heart. Only then did she realize that she missed Rong Xiu so much. If only he was here now. Chu Luiyue thought silently and looked up at Jiang Yuqing. Looking at his face now, it was much more ordinary. His nose was not high enough, his eyes were not deep enough, and the shape of his lips was not good enough. The aura he exuded was worlds apart from that of his. When Chu Luiyue first saw Rong Xiu, she knew that he was a rare immortal-like figure in this world. But now that there was a comparison, this feeling became even stronger. She really understood what it meant by the difference between clouds and mud. Thinking of this, Chu Luiyue's mood suddenly became much better. Not to mention other things, at least she beat Shang Wanwan in one thing. She had Rong Xiu. Somewhere thousands of miles away. The sky was blue, and the water was rippling. A huge island was suspended in midair. The rich force condensed into a white mist and drifted in all directions. A tall and straight white figure was walking on the waves. Suddenly, he stopped and gently placed his hand on his heart. "Your Highness, what's wrong?" Yan Qing asked behind him. Rong Xiu lowered his eyes, his eyelashes trembling slightly, and then his thin lips curled up. "Little heartless girl, you finally remembered me." Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 541. Chu Luiyue naturally didn't know what her man was thinking at this moment. In her countless fantasies, she had always thought that when she saw these two people again, she would definitely want to cut them into pieces to dispel the hatred in her heart. However, at this moment, when all of this really happened, she realized that something seemed to be different. The hatred and anger were still the same as before. The pain of being betrayed was etched in her heart, and she would never forget it. However, her heart seemed to be covered by a layer of armor, carefully protecting her. It was the armor that Rong Xiu gave her. The hostility hidden in the deepest part of her heart seemed to have gradually faded. Because she knew that no matter what, there would always be someone in this world who would trust and love her gently and generously. She exhaled softly. She actually felt that she had never been so relaxed since her rebirth. At this moment, an idea suddenly appeared in her mind. After she settled these grudges, she must personally tell Rong Xiu that she missed him and loved him. Chang Wanzhou stood beside Chu Luiyue. He keenly sensed that Chu Luiyue's emotions seemed to be changing back and forth before finally returning to calmness. Moreover, the feeling she gave off seemed to be different. He couldn't tell what was different, but he was sure that there was. Moreover, it was a good change. Previously, he had always felt that Chu Luiyue seemed to be suppressing something in her heart. Even when she was smiling, there was always a trace of haze. But now, it was different. Sheng Wanwan and Jiang Yuqing sat down on the last two chairs. Although they hadn't officially married yet, the two of them were engaged. Moreover, they were recently discussing the wedding date and the process had already begun. Therefore, in the eyes of everyone, there was no difference at all. After all, Jiang Yuqing was still helping to manage the court. The two of them were so close that they had already held a wedding ceremony. The 8 people sitting were about to bow when they were stopped by Sheng Wanwan. These 8 people were of noble status. Although she now held great power, she was still very polite and cautious when facing these people. The sect master of the Purple Shao Sword sect, Song Wan, smiled. "Old Song, I didn't expect your disciples to be so unyielding. Looks like you're still the same as before. You're good at teaching." As soon as he said this, everyone became even quieter and looked at each other in dismay. It seemed that everything that had happened here had been seen by these big shots. The round-faced woman immediately became nervous. If it was because of her that the pavilion master was bullied by others here, Yuchi Song's face seemed to be more haggard than the last time they met, but his gaze didn't change after hearing Song Wan's words. The disciples of the Chongshu Pavilion are naturally good. The leader of the 9-Star Alliance, Zhang Hua, sneered. "Old Song, is there no one else in the Chongshu Pavilion? How could they send such a little girl here? She can't even support her own pavilion and needs others to help her. Don't you think it's a little inappropriate for her to forcibly occupy a seat like this?" Yuchi Song glanced at him indifferently. "It's still better than some people who don't know their place and offend their superiors." Zhang Hua choked. Their 9-Star Alliance's status was indeed inferior to the Chongshu Pavilion. Even though the Chongshu Pavilion was about to collapse, they still had some confidence since they hadn't taken down the title of one of the 4 major sections. He was so angry that he laughed and turned the ring in his hand. "Old Song's words aren't without reason. It's my 9-Star Alliance's disciple who offended you. But I wonder if Old Song has heard of this saying? If one's virtue doesn't match his position, there will be disaster." The air at the scene seemed to have frozen. Wasn't saying this in front of Yuchi Song's face equivalent to scolding him? This was no longer a test but a naked provocation. To need the help of a little girl who's inexperienced. Has the Chongshu Pavilion fallen to this extent? Zhang Hua said with a sneer. Chu Luiyue raised his brows slightly. In the past, Zhang Hua could be said to be extremely fawning over Yuchi Song and was extremely attentive. Once, in order to ask for a pill, he personally went to the Chongshu Pavilion. However, because Yuchi Song was still recuperating in seclusion, he didn't get anyone to inform him and waited outside for half a month. In the end, it was only when Yuchi Song went out and saw Zhang Hua that he knew that he was there. Because of this, from then on, Yuchi Song had always treated Zhang Hua very well and almost treated him as his own junior. The 9-Star Alliance and the Chongshu Pavilion were also very friendly and close. I didn't expect Chong Su Cabinet to suffer such a huge blow. The first one who couldn't take it was Jiao Xing Alliance. Yuchi Song remained motionless in all directions. A just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support. What does it have to do with me if no one is willing to help the 9-Star Alliance? Although things were different now, as long as he was the pavilion master of the Chongshu Pavilion, he would never let anyone bully his disciple. Zhang Hua was furious. Yuchi Song had already looked at Chu Luiyue. The distance between them was a little far, and Chu Luiyue was standing at the back of the crowd, so it was not easy to find him. However, Yuchi Song still saw her at a glance. Wei Chi Song was slightly taken aback at first glance. This woman's face seems familiar. Where have I seen her before? Chu Luiyue met Yuchi Song's gaze and nodded slightly. A thought flashed through Yuchi Song's mind, that's right. I've seen this woman once at 100 Herbs Building. At that time, most of his attention was on the seal, so he didn't pay much attention to his surroundings. However, because that woman was generous and rich, he paid more attention to her. He didn't expect that when they met again today, she would take the initiative to help. Now that the Chongshu Pavilion's position was in danger, the people in Xiling City were avoiding them. No one was willing to have anything to do with them. This Chu Luiyue. She should know about this. However, she was still willing to step in. It was indeed puzzling. Sheng Wanwan and Jiang Yuqing were not with these people previously, so they did not see the conflict between the two sides. However, before they came, their subordinates had already reported the situation to them. Therefore, Sheng Wanwan looked calm, but her heart was filled with curiosity. As she searched the crowd, she smiled faintly and said, "Seniors, thank you for coming here today. I'm really flattered that you've taken the time to come here today. I'm really flattered. Your time and energy are very precious, so I won't waste any more time. Why don't we begin?" These words could be considered as giving them a way out, and they all nodded in agreement. Sheng Wanwan nodded at Chan Yi, who was standing beside her. Chan Yi took a few steps forward. Her shoulders were straight, and her hands were crossed on her abdomen. Although she was wearing the clothes of a palace maid, she looked very dignified. Everyone looked at her aura and quietened down. She looked around and raised her voice. "The top 10 of the Wanjing competition, please come forward." More and more people walked out from the crowd and stood in the middle, lining up in order. Sheng Wanwan sat up straight. "Who is Chu Luiyue who got first place?" Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 542. It's here. Chu Luiyue muttered in her heart. After her rebirth, this scene had played out countless times in her dreams. Every time she thought about it, she vaguely felt that the flames in the Imperial Ancestral Hall that day still burned fiercely in her heart, wanting to completely burn her to ashes. The bright morning sun shone down gently, and a gentle breeze blew. The air was still filled with the familiar fragrance of herbs. Everything was as clear as yesterday. Now, she was Sheng Wanyu, and also Chu Luiyue. She had returned after so many hardships. She wondered how these old friends would react when they met again. Everything around her seemed to become blurry at this moment. Only the two people in front of her became incomparably clear. It even made her eyes hurt a little. Chu Luiyue took a step forward. Chu Luiyue from country Yaochen greets the third princess. Sheng Wanwan looked over curiously. The woman stood in the middle. She was dressed in red, and her figure was slender and exquisite. Her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. She lowered her head slightly, so one couldn't see her full face. However, one could already tell that she was a rare beauty. "Raise your head," Sheng Wanwan said. Chu Luiyue's eyes flickered slightly, and she slowly raised her head. The young girl had an oval face. Her fair and clear skin seemed to glow under the sunlight. Her black eyebrows were like falling crow feathers. Her nose bridge was delicate, and her cherry lips were slightly curved. Especially her pair of black jade-like eyes. They were bright and seemed to contain the stars in the sky. She was peerlessly beautiful and had a heavenly fragrance. That was what she was talking about. Sheng Wanwan was stunned. The Tianling dynasty had never lacked beauties. Moreover, Sheng Wanwan's appearance was also very outstanding. However, after this woman appeared, everything around her seemed to be overshadowed. She naturally attracted everyone's attention. Sheng Wanwan felt a little uncomfortable, but what made her feel even more uncomfortable was that this face, for some reason, looked a little familiar. Jiang Yuqing was sitting next to Sheng Wanwan. He could clearly see Chu Luiyue's face. Although he had seen it before, the impact seemed to be greater now that he was facing it head-on at such a close distance. The fingers in his sleeves moved slightly, but he didn't say anything. "I heard that you're only 14 years old this year?" His talent and strength were truly outstanding. Sheng Wanwan suppressed the waves in her heart and said with a smile. Although it was a compliment, his tone still sounded high and mighty, as if he was commenting on something condescendingly. Chu Luiyue didn't think much of it and smiled. "Thank you for your praise, third princess." When she smiled, her eyebrows and eyes curved like the melting ice in early spring. She was sweet and lively, and there was a hint of nobility in her eyes. Even though the person sitting in front of him was the current ruler of the Tianling dynasty, he was still able to deal with him with ease and composure. Sheng Wanwan's heart skipped a beat. He almost stood up from his chair. Those eyes and brows. This smile. It was clearly, Jiang Yuqing suddenly coughed. Shang Wanwan immediately came to her senses, but her eyes were still fixed on Chu Luyue. For a moment, she almost wanted to rush over and tear that face apart to see if there was another face hidden underneath. The few big shots around them all noticed that something was wrong with Shang Wanwan and looked over. Shang Wanwan immediately adjusted her expression, relaxed her body, and leaned back in her chair. But only she knew that her hands in her sleeves were clenched tightly, and her nails were deeply embedded in her palms. Since you defeated the others, it proves that you have the strength. In the Tianling dynasty, strength has always been respected. You are worthy of this praise. Shang Wanwan barely moved the corners of her mouth. And, when I saw you, I felt as if I had seen you somewhere before. Your appearance is somewhat similar to an old friend. These words explained her loss of composure just now. At that moment, she almost thought that Shang Wanyu had turned into a malicious spirit and came to seek revenge on her. Yu Qisong and the others were stunned for a moment, and they couldn't help but look at Chu Luyue again. After a moment, a few people's expressions changed slightly. At first, they didn't feel it, but after Shang Wanwan said that, they could all see it. Chu Luyue's eyebrows and expression were somewhat similar to the princess in the past. It was fine when she didn't move or smile, but when she smiled, Chu Luyue's smile deepened. Similar? Of course. Shang Guanyu's soul was in this body. She had deliberately tested it just now, and it almost scared Shang Guanyu out of her wits. She clearly saw that Shang Guanyu's entire face was distorted at that moment. Vice Admiral Mu and young Master Jian said the same thing before. Chu Luyue pretended not to notice Shang Guanyu's abnormality. She retracted the expression in her eyes and smiled faintly. When she smiled, they didn't look alike anymore. Shang Wanwan's wildly beating heart gradually calmed down. Illusion. It should be an illusion. There are many people in this world who look alike. It should be a coincidence. However, she still couldn't help but glance at Jiang Yuqing. Jiang Yuqing gave her a comforting look and used his force to transmit his voice. I've already sent someone to investigate this Chu Luyue's identity. There's no problem with her identity. Shang Wanwan then felt more at ease. Jiang Yuqing must have felt that they were similar, which was why he sent someone to investigate. She had always trusted his ability. Since he said that there was no problem, then there definitely wasn't a problem. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Shang Guanyu back then, with the Tianjing Yuan Meridian, she couldn't be more dead. Why would she come back? However, her back was still covered in cold sweat. When the breeze blew past, her entire body turned cold. Yes. Actually, we don't look that alike. Shang Guanwan seemed to have collapsed, and she was much more tired. Chu Luyue raised his brows slightly and asked softly, "Third princess, are you all right?" "Third princess, is there something wrong?" Shang Guanyu forced a smile, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. After pausing for a moment, she said, "Actually, I won't hide it from you. You're a little similar to my elder sister, who has already passed away. When I suddenly saw you, I thought of my elder sister. I can't help but feel sad." As she spoke, Shang Guanwan's eyes were filled with tears. It seemed like she was really sad because of this. Jiang Yuqing lightly patted her shoulder. She has always doted on you the most. If she saw you so sad, she definitely wouldn't be happy. Shang Guanwan wiped away her tears. "Yuqing, thank you. I just miss my elder sister too much." She took a deep breath and seemed to be trying her best to keep all these emotions away. "I'm sorry for making a fool of myself." Everyone expressed their understanding. Could the third princess's elder sister be the rumored princess? Who else can it be other than her? Back then, she was the true supreme existence of the Tianling dynasty. Impossible. Isn't there still the current emperor above her? Can the princess surpass him? You don't know this. That person was born with the Tianjing Yuan Meridian, and she was destined to be the princess. Rumors say that she has a high chance of becoming the person to inherit Taizu's legacy. Thus, even the emperor would often let the princess make decisions. It's a pity that in the end, Chu Luiyue acted like she didn't hear those discussions. She smiled and said, "If the third princess's elder sister is here and knows that you miss her so much, she will definitely be very comforted. She will often accompany you and protect you." Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 543. Chu Liuyue's casual words successfully made Shang Wanwan's emotions, which she had just calmed down with much difficulty, flare up again. However, she couldn't flare up in front of so many people. Moreover, to those people, Chu Liuyue's words weren't wrong at all. Shang Wanwan could only swallow her anger and force a smile, but her face was a little pale. Jiang Yuqing knew that if he didn't say anything, things would get out of hand, so he immediately changed the topic. "I believe everyone is clear about the purpose of inviting everyone here today. Chu Luiyue, you're from outside the heavens canopy. According to the rules, you can join any sect here. Have you thought about it?" Yu Qi Song and the others looked over. The people waiting on the other side were even more curious. Which sect would Chu Luiyue choose? She had the best results here. No matter if it was her talent or strength, there was nothing to say. She should be able to choose any of these sects, right? Who wouldn't want such a genius? I don't think so. She spoke up for the disciples of the Chongshu Pavilion just now. Isn't that making it clear that she's going against the Nine-Star Alliance? Look at the way the Nine-Star Alliance's leader looks at Chu Luiyue. He's not very nice. You don't know? Chu Luiyue even offended the people from the Lingyun sect before. Elder Qiushi hates her a lot. She definitely won't go to the Lingyun sect. It seems like she even offended the people from the Purple Shao Sword sect and the Xianfeng Hall and the Tianling God realm. As they spoke, everyone couldn't help but look at each other. How did Chu Luiyue offend so many people? How did she do it in just a few days? In that case, Dragon Teeth Mountain is the only one left among the 4 major sects. Oh right, didn't Jian Fengqi like her? She should choose Dragon Teeth Mountain, right? Chu Luiyue didn't care about what those people were saying at first, but soon, she felt a substantial gaze land on her. She looked up. The Mountain Lord of Dragon Teeth Mountain, Jian Shai, was looking at her with bright eyes. Curiosity, excitement, joy, relief, kindness. Chu Liuyue's mouth twitched. Why did she feel that Jian Shai was looking at her as if he was looking at his daughter-in-law? Did he misunderstand something? Jian Shai could be considered to be the most elegant and handsome among these big shots. Jian Fengqi's face, which attracted countless admirers, came from his biological father, Jian Shai. The father and son had the same icy eyes, and the same chiseled face. However, unlike the playboy Jian Fengqi, Jian Shai was famous for being a romantic. Back then, he had ignored his father's objections and insisted on marrying an extremely ordinary woman. Although outsiders didn't think highly of them, their relationship as husband and wife had always been very good. They had been loving each other for decades. To this day, he hadn't even taken in a concubine. This was part of the reason why Jian Fengqi could be so arrogant. In the entire Dragon Teeth Mountain, he was the only young master. How could he not pamper him? Jian Shai looked at Chu Luiyue from head to toe. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. He almost slammed the table and shouted, "My son really takes after me. He has good taste. Look at this appearance, look at this temperament, look at this talent." No matter how he looked, he was satisfied. He and his wife had been deeply in love for their entire lives. Somehow, they had given birth to a playboy. Because of this, he and his wife had a headache. More than once, they felt that this son was useless. Which family's good son would sleep in Spring Breeze house every day, surrounded by a circle of women? Because of this, he had taught Jian Fengqi a lot of lessons, but it was useless. Recently, there was a rumor in Shilin City that Jian Fengqi had spent a lot of money on a woman. At first, he thought that Jian Fengqi was just being playful again. However, when he heard about the amount of money Jian Fengqi had bet, he suddenly felt that he was sincere. Later on, he heard that on the day of the Wanjing competition, Jian Fengqi had specially gone to Xuanji Square to congratulate Chu Luiyue in person. This was equivalent to irrefutable evidence. Therefore, he didn't come here today to choose a disciple. He came here to see what kind of woman the legendary Chu Luiyue was like. Once he saw her, he was overjoyed. This Chu Luiyue might have an ordinary background, but why would he care about this? Moreover, Chu Luiyue's temperament was also very good. Those who didn't know her would think that she was a noble lady carefully raised by some aristocratic family in Xiling City. His son had finally chosen the right person for once. Chu Luiyue was frightened by Jian Shi's exceptionally passionate gaze. If I really go to Dragon Teeth Mountain, I'll be stared at like this every day. The moment she thought of that scene, she felt uncomfortable. Therefore, Chu Luiyue made a decision. I choose Chongshu Pavilion. As soon as she finished speaking, the noisy crowd immediately disappeared. The surroundings were silent as if everything had stopped. Yuqi Song widened his eyes slightly. Because things had happened too unexpectedly, he didn't even have time to be shocked. He was only filled with confusion and confusion. Just now, did Chu Luiyue say, choose Chongshu Pavilion? How can that be? Jian Shi was the first to object. Absolutely not. How can my daughter-in-law go to another place? Lu Yu, you should come to Dragon Teeth Mountain. Chu Luiyue's eyes froze for a moment. Is Jian Shi openly snatching me? And why is he calling me by my name? This should be the first time we've met, right? No matter what, Jian Shi is a reputable figure in West Hill. Is this really appropriate? Yuqi Song immediately said, Jian Shi, what do you mean by this? Jian Shi cupped his fists and bowed to Yuqi Song. Elder Song, I've offended you. I don't mean to offend you. It's just that because of my son. I really think Chu Luiyue is very pleasing to the eye. So, why don't you give her to Dragon Teeth Mountain? Don't worry, I definitely won't fight with you for the others. Many people secretly curled their lips. He wants to snatch the best one now. The rest are not as good as Chu Luiyue. Doesn't that mean he doesn't have to snatch her anymore? Yuqi Song stroked his beard. We should let her decide for herself. As he spoke, he also looked at Chu Luiyue. Lu Yu, I'm very happy that you want to come to Chongshu Pavilion and welcome you. However, Jian Shi wants to invite you to Dragon Teeth Mountain. Since he's spoken, I won't forcefully stop him. Think about it yourself. Which one do you want to go to? Dragon Teeth Mountain and Chongshu Pavilion had always had a good relationship. Moreover, he could tell that Jian Shi really wanted Chu Luiyue to go to Dragon Teeth Mountain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken so directly. From his own point of view, of course, he wanted Chu Luiyue to come to Chongshu Pavilion. After the previous incident, Chongshu Pavilion was now in short supply. They urgently needed to nurture a group of outstanding disciples to continue. On the other hand, Dragon Teeth Mountain's status and resources were better. For Chu Luiyue, it was a better choice. Chu Luiyue curtsied and said firmly, Thank you for your kindness, Mountain Master, but Lu Yu has made up his mind. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 544. Jian Shi still refused to give up. Lu Yu, you should think about it again, Chu Luiyue smiled. Lu Yu doesn't deserve the Hill Master's kindness. Please don't make things difficult for Lu Yu. Jian Shi saw her serious expression and knew that it was useless to say anything else. He could only sigh. Sigh. All right. Since you insist on choosing the Chongshu Pavilion, then. As he spoke, his expression suddenly froze. He had already invited Chu Luiyue to Dragon Teeth Mountain so enthusiastically and sincerely. Anyone would know which choice was better for their future development. However, she still rejected him so straightforwardly. Could it be that there was another reason? Could it be that his son had hurt the girl's heart? Jian Shai's mind raced. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. It must be so. Chu Luiyue only saw Jian Shai's expression change rapidly. Finally, he said hatefully, "This brat. Let's see how I'll deal with him when we get back." Chu Luiyue's eyelids twitched. Was he talking about Jian Fengqi? Jian Shai seemed to have really misunderstood. However, this was obviously not a good time to explain this. Chu Luiyue thought about it and decided to wait for an opportunity to explain the situation in private. "Thank you for your understanding, Hill Master." After saying that, she bowed to Yuqi Song. "Lu Yu greets the pavilion master." Yuqi Song looked at the woman who bowed respectfully in front of him. His emotions were in turmoil, and for a moment, he felt as if he was choking. He didn't have much hope in coming here today. Everyone thought that the Chongshu Pavilion's luck was over. These young people came to West Hill despite the hardships to fight for a future. Anyone with a little ambition would not choose the Chongshu Pavilion. However, Chu Luiyue made a choice without hesitation. Okay. Get up quickly." Yuqi Song got up and walked over. He personally helped Chu Luiyue up. His originally haggard appearance was now much more spirited. "Don't worry, Chongshu Pavilion will treat you well in the future." Weiqi Song enunciated each word solemnly. Chu Luiyue nodded slightly. "Thank you, Pavilion Master." She knew that Yuqi Song was a man of his words, and she also knew that he treated her very well. This had always been the case from the past until now. Other than Jian Shai, who was full of regret, everyone else's attitude towards this matter was basically the same. First, it was shock, then curiosity, and finally, some people felt sorry for him, while others mocked him. But no matter what, Chu Luiyue had already made his choice, and the outcome was set. Jiang Yuqing looked at Chu Luiyue with a slight frown. It turned out that Chu Luiyue had already planned to speak up for the disciples of the Chongshu Pavilion. However, he could not figure out why Chu Luiyue would do such a thing. Next. "Where is Chang Wanzhou?" Chang Wanzhou stood up. Many gazes landed on him, including Song Wan and the others. This golden-haired youth had an unruly aura all over his body. However, unlike the controversial Chu Luiyue, he had already reached a stage 6 warrior. This was a strength that could be seen with the naked eye. Everyone might question Chu Luiyue's first place, but absolutely no one would question Chang Wanzhou's second place. He was indeed the top existence among these geniuses. More importantly, he was like an unpolished jade that had not been polished. With a little guidance, he would definitely blossom with an even more brilliant and dazzling light. The major sects present were actually a little restless. They looked at Chang Wanzhou with a friendlier expression than when they looked at Chu Luiyue. Jiang Yuqing asked. "You can also choose these, Chongshu Pavilion." Chang Wanzhou spoke without hesitation. Jiang Yuqing instinctively asked. "What?" Chang Wanzhou pointed at Chu Luiyue. "She chose Chongshu Pavilion. I'm the same as her." Chu Luiyue blinked. Actually, she did not discuss this matter with Chang Wanzhou previously because she felt that he would choose with her. As expected. This child looks very obedient most of the time. "You also want to choose Chongshu Pavilion? Are you sure?" The one who spoke this time was Lingyun sect's chief, Qing Lifeng. He originally thought highly of Chang Wanzhou, but who would have thought that this kid would choose with Chu Luiyue? Chang Wanzhou frowned slightly. He had already said it very clearly. Why were these people still asking? "I'm sure." As he spoke, he had already walked directly towards Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue ruffled his hair. "I knew that you're very clingy." Chang Wanzhou's soft golden hair was messed up again, but this time, he was not as angry as before. Ever since Chu Luiyue protected him in the Tianling God realm and called him Little Zhou, it seemed that it was very difficult for him to be angry with her. And during this period of time, he knew that Chu Luiyue was mostly just joking with him. In fact, she really treated him well. Then, it was actually somewhat acceptable for her to ruffle his hair. When everyone saw how close the two of them were, how could they not guess why Chang Wanzhou chose like this? He clearly chose Chongshu Pavilion for Chu Luiyue's sake. If Chu Luiyue chose another sect, he would obviously choose as well. These two clearly came from different places. How did their relationship become so good in just a few days? Qing Lifeng snorted. I originally thought that you were a good seedling, but I didn't expect that a man like you would be led by the nose by a girl. This is really... I don't want you. Such a person would probably not have any future prospects. Chu Luiyue's eyes turned cold. Before she could speak, Chang Wanzhou looked at Qing Lifeng and said coldly, I didn't choose you. It's clear that I didn't choose you, so why do you say that you don't want me? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 545. Qing Lifeng's face immediately turned red. Unable to back down, he could only point at Chang Wanzhou. You're so uneducated. Is this how your parents taught you to talk back to your elders? Chang Wanzhou looked at him coldly. I don't have parents. From the moment he could remember, he had been alone. He ate wild grass and slept in the wild. Not only did he have to avoid the attacks of wild beasts, but he also had to compete with them for survival resources. In his mind, there was no concept of parents at all. Qing Lifeng was choked again. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. You! How dare you! Chang Wanzhou frowned. He had only said a few words of truth. Why was this person so angry and agitated? Chu Luiyue gently pulled his sleeve. Chang Wanzhou turned around and glanced at her before swallowing the rest of his words. Chu Luiyue's lips curved slightly. She pulled Chang Wanzhou over, then stepped forward and said in a clear voice, Sect Master, please forgive me. Little Zhou grew up in Nanjiang and doesn't know much about many things. If he offended you, please forgive him. Qing Lifeng reprimanded, he's really barbaric. The smile on Chu Luiyue's face did not change, but her expression was slightly cold. Sect Master. Even if he's a little unreasonable, it's not his fault. Isn't it? You're the leader of a sect and have a noble status. I don't think you'll argue with a teenager, right? The implication was that with Qing Lifeng's status, if he really wanted to harp on Chang Wanzhou's words, that would be really petty. Qing Lifeng waved his sleeves fiercely and looked away. After a moment, he sneered, he doesn't know the ways of the world. You're sharp-tongued. Chu Luiyue smiled faintly. Thank you for your praise, Sect Master. Qing Lifeng only felt as if his internal organs were squeezed into a ball, and it was very uncomfortable. Did this Chu Luiyue think that he could be arrogant and unbridled now that he had joined the Chongshu Pavilion? Chu Luiyue calmly stepped back and gave Chang Wanzhou a comforting look. Anyway, she had already offended the Soaring Cloud sect. According to Elder Chushi's personality, even if she knelt down and begged for mercy, he might not let her go. Instead, he might become even more arrogant. Since that was the case, what did she have to be afraid of? At least on the surface, Qing Lifeng didn't dare to do anything. Yuqi Song patted Chu Luiyue on the shoulder. Chu Luiyue knew that he was supporting him, so he smiled at him. Everyone had different expressions when they saw this scene. Chu Luiyue pretended not to see anything and quickly retreated to the back with Chang Wanzhou. The people at the back continued. Those with better rankings were basically not rejected. Moreover, many of them already had dealings with the pavilion before, so things went smoothly. At the back, some contestants who were not so outstanding were occasionally rejected. Those people could only settle for the second best. Even so, no one chose the Chongshu Pavilion. However, whether it was Yuqi Song or Chu Luiyue, they didn't care much about this and simply watched. Chu Luiyue stood quietly at the side, but in reality, she was discussing the purple gold Buddha leaf with the legendary three-eyed eagle. How is it? Can you confirm the location now? Chu Luiyue asked in her mind. The legendary three-eyed eagle paused for a moment and said with certainty, it's southeast. Southeast? Chu Luiyue looked up. That was her previous music room. How come she didn't know that the purple gold Buddha leaf was hidden there? If you want a more specific location, you have to go there. The purple gold Buddha leaf's aura is basically blocked. There should be many barriers. It won't be easy to get it. Chu Luiyue rubbed her forehead. It was easy to say. If it was in the past, she would have gone if she wanted to. But how could she go now? Moreover, the security here was strict. With her current status, she probably didn't even have the right to get close to the music room. After thinking about it, she could only put this matter aside and look for another opportunity. After about an hour, everyone had finished making their choices. After that, those who were ranked at the top received a universe ring containing their rewards. After Chu Luiyue received it, she checked it and found that there were indeed a few good treasures. It seemed that Shangguan had indeed put in a lot of effort for this Wanjing competition. However, these things might be very precious to others, but they might not be enough for her. Especially now that she had the Dragon Abyss sword with her. Any one of the items in the sword hilt would be better than all of these. However, she still pretended to be pleasantly surprised, which attracted many envious and jealous gazes. Shangguan stood up and looked around. Congratulations, everyone. The Wanjing competition is considered to be over. However, to all of you, your path to becoming a powerful being might have just begun. I hope that all of you can cultivate diligently in your respective sects and become a true powerful being. Everyone naturally agreed with him. I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave first. The scenery in Xianli Garden is not bad. Feel free to do as you please. With that, she turned around and prepared to leave. Third princess, please wait. A voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. Chu Luiyue narrowed her eyes slightly. It was Yang Qin. Shangguan turned around and glanced at her. Why? Do you still have something to say? Yang Qin quickly stepped forward, bent her knees, and knelt straight on the ground. She said with a grave expression, Third princess, I, Yang Qin, have something to report. Shangguan had a deep impression of Yang Qin. Seeing her like this, she asked. What's the matter? Yang Qin paused for a moment. This matter concerns the Tianling God realm. I wonder, Chu Luiyue's eyebrows twitched. Is she planning to do something to me? Previously, I thought that Yang Qin would definitely not let this matter rest after suffering such a huge loss. As expected. She had been quietly waiting at the side for such a long time previously. So this was what she was waiting for. Hearing that this matter concerned the Tianling God realm, Shangguan's expression immediately became serious. She pondered for a moment and said, Come with me. However, Yang Qin didn't get up. There are a few people involved in this matter. Who are they? Just say it, Shangguan ordered. Yang Qin looked up as if she had made up her mind. Those involved in this matter are Chou Ding, Ning Jiaojiao, Chang Wanzhou, and Chu Luiyue. When everyone heard this, they were all shocked. These people were all in the top 10. Seeing Yang Qin like this, the matter should be quite serious. Could it be that something happened in the Tianling God realm at the last moment? The same guess appeared in Shangguan's heart. She frowned and swept her gaze across these people. The few of you, follow me. With that, she took the lead and walked towards the small courtyard at the back. Jiang Yuqing was half a step behind her. Only then did Yang Qin get up and follow her. When she passed by Chu Luiyue, she paused and said softly, There's going to be a good show. There's going to be a good show now. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 546. Chu Luiyue met her proud gaze and smiled. Yes. I hope you can enjoy it this time. Yang Qin's smile froze. Why is Chu Luiyue still so calm? She lowered her voice and said, be as arrogant as you want. You can be arrogant all you want, let's see how long you can last. She didn't believe that Chu Luiyue could still be so calm after everything was exposed. Chu Luiyue raised her brows. You can watch. With that, she turned around, intending to follow the two. Lu Yu. Yuchi Song called her worriedly. Yang Qin didn't come with good intentions. It seemed like she was here for Lu Yu. What could it be about, the Tianling God realm? Chu Luiyue comforted her. Don't worry. Little Zhou and I will be fine. Seeing the confident expression on the girl's face, Yuchi Song's heart also calmed down a little. Be careful. I'll wait for you here. Chu Luiyue nodded and left with Chang Wanzhou. Seeing this, Yang Qin couldn't make up her mind. Could it be that Chu Luiyue already had a way to deal with it? Why are you still in a daze? Ning Jiaojiao walked up and saw that Yang Qin's expression wasn't right. Didn't they already agree on this? Yang Qin glanced at Ning Jiaojiao and felt a little more at ease. It's nothing. Let's go. In the quiet room, a faint sandalwood fragrance filled the air. This was a type of sandalwood that Sheng Wanwan loved very much. It could calm one's mind. When she was anxious or couldn't sleep at night, she only needed to light a little of this sandalwood to calm her down. But today, this sandalwood seemed to be useless. Even though the fragrance kept lingering around her nose, her anxious and depressed mood didn't calm down at all. Instead, it became more and more intense as time passed. She and Jiang Yuqing sat at the head of the table, while Chu Luiyue and the others stood not far in front of them. Sheng Wanwan looked at Yang Qin sternly. Now, you can speak. Yang Qin took a deep breath. She seemed to have expended a lot of effort before she finally made up her mind. Third Princess, I would like to report Chu Luiyue for using despicable means to steal the Long Yuan sword in the Tianling God realm. As soon as he finished speaking, Sheng Wanwan suddenly stood up. She was both shocked and angry. What did you say? Jiang Yuqing's face was also full of shock, and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Long Yuan sword, Long Yuan sword. Wasn't that the artifact personally forged by Taizu of the Tianling dynasty? Yang Qin knelt down again with a thud. Third Princess. Chu Luiyue came from a lowly background, but he was audacious enough to snatch the Long Yuan sword that belonged to the Tianling royal family. Such behavior deserved to be punished. Every word that this commoner said was true. I didn't lie at all. Third Princess, please judge clearly. It was a simple sentence, but it was like a clap of thunder on the ground. It stirred up countless waves. Sheng Wanwan's brows were tightly knitted together. No matter how bold Yang Qin was, she definitely wouldn't dare to joke about the Long Yuan sword. She stared at Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue, is what she said true? Chu Luiyue's expression was calm as he said lightly. Third Princess, I don't admit to a single word that Yang Qin said. Yang Qin sneered. You don't admit? Chu Luiyue, do you dare to say that the person who rushed out of the crater and snatched the Long Yuan sword in the Tianling God realm wasn't you? At that time, that ball of light was too glaring. She could only vaguely see a figure inside, but she couldn't identify who it was. After she was eliminated, she heard that Chu Luiyue actually came out after her and took first place. Only then did she realize that the person at that time must be Chu Luiyue. Because only Chu Luiyue rushed into the golden sea of fire in the crater before them. In this way, the things that happened later had a reasonable explanation. The Long Yuan sword recognized Chu Luiyue as its owner, without a doubt. Chu Luiyue was shocked. What exactly are you talking about? It's fine if you don't admit it. The witnesses are right here. Yang Qin looked at Chou Ding and Ning Jiaojiao. At that time, Chu Luiyue fell into the crater in the Tianling God realm and disappeared. We all thought that she had already been eliminated. Apart from that, there were only the four of us near the Long Yuan sword. Chou Ding, you were also there when the Long Yuan sword awakened, right? Chou Ding nodded and said in a low voice, "That's right. That's right." At that time, the Long Yuan sword had indeed started to awaken. As its surrounding aura became stronger and stronger, I couldn't take it anymore and took the initiative to leave. As for what happened after that, I really don't know. Sheng Wanwan and Jiang Yuqing were deeply shocked. The Long Yuan sword awakened? The Long Yuan sword that had been asleep for thousands of years actually awakened again. And they knew nothing about it. If Yang Qin hadn't taken the initiative to speak, they would have been kept in the dark. Sheng Wanwan's heart was about to explode. The awakening of the Long Yuan sword meant that it had to choose a new owner. For thousands of years, the Tianling royal family had always wanted to invite the Long Yuan sword out, but they had never succeeded. They didn't expect that the Long Yuan sword would awaken just because the Wanjing competition was held once. Sheng Wanwan really regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. "Continue," she said with gritted teeth. Ning Jiaojiao curtsied and said, "Third princess, after Chou Ding left, Yang Qin and I discussed going together to see who was trying to snatch the Long Yuan sword. Hence, we set off together. Unexpectedly, just as we moved, Chang Wanzhou chased after us and fought with us. At that time, both of us were very confused. We didn't have any grudges with Chang Wanzhou, so why did he suddenly rush out to stop us? Later on, we understood that it was because the person who wanted to snatch the Long Yuan sword was Chu Luiyue. Sheng Wanwan and Jiang Yuqing both looked at Chang Wanzhou. That's right. Everyone could tell that Chang Wanzhou and Chu Luiyue were very close. It could even be said that Chang Wanzhou listened to Chu Luiyue on everything. Who else could make him help other than Chu Luiyue? Later on, I fought with Chang Wanzhou and was defeated not long after, so I was eliminated from the Tianling God realm. After I came out, I inadvertently saw Chu Luiyue's name still on the black jade board. Only then did I vaguely guess that that person was Chu Luiyue. Sheng Wanwan's face was gloomy. Yang Qin was relieved to see this. She guessed correctly. The Tianling God realm's Long Yuan sword was indeed the Tianling royal family's reverse scale. Whoever touched it would die. Since Chu Luiyue really dared to snatch the Long Yuan sword, then he would have to bear the wrath and responsibility of the Tianling royal family. She continued. After Ning Jiaojiao was eliminated, I wanted to fight with that person, but that person sent a mythical beast to deal with me. If I didn't see wrongly, that should be the legendary mythical beast, the legendary three-eyed eagle. I wasn't a match for that mythical beast and was defeated. Chang Wanzhou also chased after me. I couldn't handle it alone, so I was quickly eliminated. Chang Wanzhou stabbed me in the chest, and the wound is still there. At this point, Yang Qin's voice trembled slightly, and a trace of deep hatred flashed across her eyes. And when I left the Tianling God realm, I happened to see that person pulling out the Long Yuan sword. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 547. That proved that the Long Yuan sword had already recognized its master. Sheng Wanwan's heart was in a mess as she stared at Chu Luiyue. Now that these people have accused you of stealing the Long Yuan sword, what else do you have to say? Chu Luiyue looked calm. I didn't do it. Even if you ask me 1,000 times, I will only say this, I didn't do it. She looked very confident and didn't seem like she was lying. Sheng Wanwan couldn't make up her mind. On the one hand, since Yang Qin and the rest dared to make a scene in front of her, they definitely had evidence. What they said just now was also true. On the other hand, the Long Yuan sword was left behind by Taizu. Logically speaking, only people with the Tianling royal bloodline could have a chance to awaken it. Chu Luiyue wouldn't have a chance. Yang Qin was so angry that she wanted to laugh. Chu Luiyue, now that things have come to this, the evidence is irrefutable. Are you still not willing to admit it? How long are you going to deny it? Chu Luiyue said calmly. Why should I admit to something that I didn't do? Yang Qin was about to retort when Chu Luiyue continued. The so-called irrefutable evidence is actually just the testimony of the few of you. There's no substantial evidence at all, right? In detail, Chou Ding only saw the Long Yuan sword awakening. As for the so-called someone stole the Long Yuan sword, only you and Ning Jiaojiao saw it, right? Oh, no, Chang Wanzhou. Chang Wanzhou suddenly said. I didn't see the scene that they were talking about. Yang Qin said angrily. You said you didn't see it? Then why did you fight with the two of us? The injuries on her body were real. Chang Wanzhou pointed at Ning Jiaojiao. You used despicable means to eliminate people and pushed the blame to Lu Yu. Ning Jiaojiao's expression suddenly froze. Chang Wanzhou pointed at Yang Qin. You, along with two senior brothers from the Purple Shao Sword sect, wanted to snatch Lu Yu's treasure. After being rejected, you flew into a rage out of humiliation and attacked her. Yang Qin's eyelids twitched. It's obvious that you're in the wrong first. Don't tell me you're not allowed to fight back. As for your injuries, you're just too weak. Chang Wanzhou's expression was cold. Every word he said was self-righteous. Yang Qin felt guilty at first. You have a close relationship with Chu Luiyue, so of course you would speak up for her. What you've said is nothing more than the words of a single person. It's simply not trustworthy. No matter what happened at that time really happened. Chu Luiyue had no way to deny it. Jiang Yuqing stared at Chu Luiyue and frowned. Chu Luiyue, other than Chang Wanzhou, do you have any other excuses? Chu Luiyue didn't say anything. Ning Jiaojiao sneered. Of course she has nothing to say. Because she was indeed the one who did it. Shang Wanwan took a step forward. The pressure on her body was extremely strong. She looked at Chu Luiyue condescendingly. Chu Luiyue, if you can't prove your innocence, then, you'll stay in Xianli Garden today. Chu Luiyue looked up slightly. Shang Wanwan's face didn't seem to change, but the emotions in her eyes were clearly seen by Ning Jiaojiao. Perhaps Shang Wanwan could fool others, but she couldn't fool Ning Jiaojiao. Shock, anger, jealousy, Shang Wanwan would probably be annoyed to death if she saw her face now. Of course, she wouldn't have any good impression of her. In fact, Chu Luiyue could even clearly feel Shang Wanwan's deep hostility towards her. She had no doubt that Shang Wanwan would definitely think of ways to kill her once she had the chance. Now, if she couldn't clear her name, what awaited her would definitely be torture. The corners of Chu Luiyue's lips twitched slightly. Of course I can. The room was silent for a moment. Yang Qin narrowed her eyes and didn't think much of it. A cornered beast will still fight. First, I have a fiend. Chu Luiyue raised her hand, and a red figure instantly appeared in her palm. That was a furry, blood ferret? The air froze for a moment. With Chu Luiyue's talent and strength, logically speaking, her requirements for a fiend should be very high. How could she contract with a third-grade fiend? And it was the type with the least combat power? Yang Qin and Ning Jiaojiao's expressions changed at the same time. Impossible. How could you have a blood ferret as your fiend? Yang Qin blurted out. Chu Luiyue glanced at her. Dumpling was immediately unhappy and bared its teeth at her fiercely. Who are you looking down on? I'm also very powerful, okay? Why does it sound like I'm not worthy of my master? Since when did this thing have the right to comment on the matters between master and servant? I had this blood ferret when I was still in country Yaochen. Vice Admiral Mu has also seen it before, so I can prove it. Chu Luiyue directly brought up Mu Qinghe and immediately shut Yang Qin up. She dared to say that Chu Luiyue was lying, but she didn't dare to question Mu Qinghe. When a cultivator has a fiend, they can't contract with other fiends. I believe all of you are well aware of this, so I won't say too much. However, I have to thank Miss Yang for thinking highly of me and thinking that I can contract with a mythical beast. I'll take your blessings first. If I really contract with a mythical beast in the future, I definitely won't forget you. Yang Qin choked and was speechless. Sheng Wanwan and Jiang Yuqing looked at each other and saw some doubt in each other's eyes. Chu Liuyue's words weren't without reason. Even in the Tianling dynasty, the traces of a mythical beast were extremely difficult to track down. Didn't Sheng Wanyu only contract with a 9-colored heavenly pheasant and not a mythical beast? To say that Chu Liuyue's fiend was a legendary 3-eyed eagle. It was indeed a little ridiculous. Chu Liyue pinched Dumpling's ear to comfort her. Dumpling jumped onto her shoulder, but it was still puffing its cheeks in anger. Because of this small body, it was always looked down upon. It was really too much. If it wasn't for the fact that it had to cooperate with Chu Liyue, it would have already rushed over and scratched Yang Qin's face. Its black eyes were filled with murderous intent as it glared at Yang Qin. Yang Qin suddenly felt a chill down her spine. Secondly, the Tianling God realm is where Taizu passed away back then. I heard that before the Wanjing competition, the Tianling God realm had never been open to outsiders. This is the first and only time it's open to non-members of the Tianling royal family. The Long Yuan sword is a legendary artifact. Even if it wants to awaken and choose a new master, it will definitely be decided by the sword's soul. Do you think that the Long Yuan sword will choose someone like me, who comes from an ordinary background and has nothing to do with the Tianling royal family, as its new master? Where are you putting the third princess and the other members of the Tianling royal family? Chu Liyue spoke slowly, but every word was hurtful. Yang Qin and Ning Jiaojiao suddenly realized that something was wrong. They hurriedly looked at Sheng Wanwan and saw that her face had indeed darkened. In fact, this was also a sore point for Sheng Wanwan. She had always wanted to enter the Tianling God realm, but she didn't have the chance in the past. After Sheng Wanyu died, she thought that it was finally her turn. However, her Yuan meridian was completely destroyed, and she could no longer enter the Tianling God realm. Chu Liyue gently stroked her glabella. Thirdly, and this is also the most important point. The Long Yuan sword still exists in the Tianling God realm. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 548. You're spouting nonsense. Yang Qin walked forward agitatedly, and her finger almost poked Chu Liyue's face. I saw you draw out the Long Yuan sword with my own eyes. Invite any elder to enter the Tianling God realm and you'll know whether I'm telling the truth or not. Chu Liyue raised her hand and brushed Yang Qin's hand away. Of course, the third princess can also go in to check and see who's lying. Sheng Wanwan clenched her teeth. Of course, she wanted to enter the Tianling God realm. But now that her Yuan meridian was damaged, she would die if she went in. She had been putting on a disguise for the past year, trying her best not to let others see that there was a problem with her cultivation. If she really went to the Tianling God realm, her lie would be exposed immediately. She suppressed the anger and indignation in her heart, turned around, and walked to Jiang Yuqing's side. Jiang Yuqing saw that something was wrong with her expression and immediately said, I'll send Elder Duanmu to check immediately. Sheng Wanwan nodded, but the emotions in her heart could not be calmed down no matter what. Jiang Yuqing knew that she had suffered quite a blow today. First, it was Chu Liyue, and now it was the Tianling God realm. It wasn't a suitable choice to stay here any longer. He looked at Chu Liyue and the others. All of you can leave first. When the results are out, the third princess and I will make our own decisions. Chu Liyue had wanted to leave long ago. She really felt disgusted looking at these two faces. It was already very rare to be able to last so long. Thus, she answered without any hesitation and turned to leave. Little Zhou, let's go. Yang Qin and Ning Jiaojiao looked at each other. That's it? We put in so much effort to defeat Chu Liyue, but this was the result? Ning Jiaojiao asked unwillingly. Third princess, you can't let Chu Luiyue leave so easily. Didn't you hear what I said just now? Jiang Yuqing suddenly interrupted Ning Jiaojiao with a cold expression. Ning Jiaojiao was shocked and quickly said, No. We'll leave now. Yang Qin wanted to say something, but when she saw Jiang Yuqing's expression, she swallowed her words. Although she hadn't been in West Hill for long, she had heard a lot of rumors about Jiang Yuqing. He was not someone to be trifled with. Chou Ding had already taken his leave. Yang Qin, and Ning Jiaojiao stayed for a while before leaving reluctantly. As soon as he walked out of the room, Chu Luiyue saw Yuqi Song waiting not far away. Yi Ranran was also by his side. Hearing the commotion, the two of them turned their gazes over worriedly. Originally, they wanted to welcome them, but there were many people around, so they could only stay where they were and wait for Chu Luiyue and Xiao Luo to walk over. Luyu, Wanzhou, how are you guys? Wei Qi Song scanned the two of them from head to toe as soon as he saw them. Chu Luiyue smiled. What can happen to us? It's just that the third princess called us over to ask some questions. Really? Yuqi Song naturally didn't believe it. Judging from Yang Qin's expression just now, it was definitely not that simple. Of course. Aren't we fine now? It's getting late. Let's go back first. Yuqi Song could tell that Chu Luiyue had some things that were inconvenient for him to say, so he didn't ask any more and only nodded vigorously. Okay. Let's go back. Chu Luiyue and the others left safely. Yang Qin and Ning Jiaojiao weren't so relaxed. The two of them walked out of the door one after another and were blocked by Chou Ding, who was waiting outside. He was burly like a small mountain and gave off an oppressive aura. I don't care what you want to do, but don't involve me in this kind of thing in the future. Chou Ding said sternly. At first, he didn't understand what was going on, but later on, he saw it clearly. These two clearly wanted to lay their hands on Chu Luiyue and even dragged him down. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with him, but now, he had heard and seen it. He was completely tied to this matter. Although it wouldn't cause him to be punished, the feeling of being used for no reason was really disgusting. Ning Jiaojiao was frustrated and wasn't in the mood to deal with him. Got it. Chou Ding looked at the two of them warningly before leaving. Ning Jiaojiao was frustrated and could only vent her anger on Yang Qin, in the end. Didn't you say that it was foolproof? What's going on now? Yang Qin, wasn't any better than Ning Jiaojiao. Chu Luiyue caught them off guard. Until now, she still didn't understand how Chu Luiyue had the guts to let Sheng Wanwan and the others check the Tianling God realm. She remembered clearly that the Long Yuan sword was loose at that time. How could it still be there? Could it be that Chu Luiyue really didn't take the Long Yuan sword in the end? But, that was the Long Yuan sword. How could Chu Luiyue not be tempted by such a powerful legendary weapon? Seeing that Yang Qin, wasn't moving, Ning Jiaojiao couldn't help but push her. I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Yang Qin, slapped her hand away and said impatiently. I'm listening. Do you think I'm not annoyed? If you have the time and energy to complain, why don't you think about what to do next? Ning Jiaojiao had a temper and was rarely contradicted like this, let alone by Yang Qin, who didn't have any background. She crossed her arms and said coldly, What do you mean by this? Weren't you the one who told me about this first? Now that you've dragged me down, it's clearly your fault, but you want to push the blame to me? If you didn't see it clearly in the end, how would things have turned out like this? Yang Qin, sneered. Now that things have come to this, it's useless no matter what you say. When the third princess's results are out, it won't be too late for you to come and reason with me. If it's really as Chu Luiyue said, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Ning Jiaojiao lowered her voice and said hatefully before leaving angrily. Yang Qin didn't show it on her face, but when she recalled Chu Luiyue's confident expression just now, she felt a little guilty. After the few of them left, only Shang Wanwan and Jiang Yuqing were left in the room. Shang Wanwan sat motionlessly on the chair with a gloomy expression and resentment in her eyes. Jiang Yuqing walked out and saw this scene when he returned after instructing Chan Yi and Sun Qi on what to do. He paused for a moment, but still walked over. Wan, you already knew, didn't you? Shang Wanwan suddenly spoke, her voice cold. Jiang Yuqing frowned. What? Shang Wanwan looked up and stared into his eyes. You've seen Chu Luiyue before. Why didn't you tell me that she looked like this? It was indeed because of this. Jiang Yuqing sighed in his heart and said, it's just a face. It's just a face that's somewhat similar. Why do you care so much about it? A strange sneer suddenly came from Shang Wanwan's throat. Oh. Is that really what you think? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 549. Her voice made Jiang Yuqing very uncomfortable. However, he still endured it and leaned over. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Actually, I don't like her very much either, but I didn't expect her to become the champion of the Wanjing competition. Even if it's for her Yuan Meridian, you have to endure it for the time being. Shang Wanwan wasn't as easy to coax as before. The incident in the Tianling God realm had a huge impact on her, so much so that she was a little out of control now. She stood up abruptly and questioned, What? Oh. You dare to say that you really didn't think of anything when you saw her face? If you didn't feel guilty, why didn't you tell me anything before? God knew how shocked she was when she saw Chu Luiyue smile for the first time today. If Jiang Yuqing had reminded her previously, she wouldn't have lost her composure like that. What's there to feel guilty about? Wan, you just like to let your imagination run wild. I didn't tell you before because I felt that this matter wasn't worth mentioning at all. You've been too tired recently, so you're feeling uneasy. When your Yuan Meridian recovers, everything won't be a problem anymore. Jiang Yuqing knew Shang Wanwan's weakness too well, so he could always persuade her. As expected, Shang Wanwan's expression improved a lot at the mention of this. Jiang Yuqing coaxed Shang Wanwan for a while more before she was completely appeased. In the end, Jiang Yuqing personally sent Shang Wanwan back to the palace and watched her lie down to rest before finally leaving. After Jiang Yuqing left for a while, Chani walked in. Third princess, young Master Jiang has left. Shang Wanwan opened her eyes. Her eyes were clear and bright, and she didn't look sleepy at all. She sat up and thought for a moment before instructing, Chan Yi, go and check on that Chu Luiyue and find out her background. If there's anything wrong, report back immediately. Also, get someone to keep an eye on the Jiang family. See if there's anything unusual recently. Chani respectfully acknowledged the order and retreated. Only Shang Wanwan was left in the hall. She lit the sandalwood incense and wanted to take a nap. However, as soon as he closed his eyes, Chu Luiyue's face would appear in his mind. And that face always made her think of more terrible things. After doing this a few times, she was so annoyed that she smashed everything in the house into pieces. She only stopped when there was nothing left to throw. Men! She finally opened her mouth and shouted. The palace servants outside immediately walked in. Clean this up. Shang Wanwan ordered. The palace servants all lowered their heads. There was no surprise on their faces. Obviously, this was not the first time they had encountered such a situation. After tidying everything up in an orderly manner, another batch of identical items was placed on the table. It looked exactly the same as before. Shang Wanwan finally gave up. On the other side, Chu Luiyue's group left Xianli Garden. Yuqi Song wanted to bring the two of them back to the Chongshu Pavilion, but Chu Luiyue declined. When he heard that Chu Luiyue was planning to buy a house in Weiling, Yuqi Song was a little surprised. When he saw Chu Luiyue for the first time that day, the people from the Mu clan followed by her side. It was as if they treated Chu Luiyue as an honored guest. She was living well in the Mu clan. Why did she suddenly want to move out? When Chu Luiyue saw his expression, she knew that he had misunderstood, so she explained. Pavilion Master, I was chosen by Vice Admiral Mu, but it was Jian Fengqi who brought me here. Other than that, I have no other relationship with them. Only then did Yuqi Song realize that he had thought too much. He coughed awkwardly. I see. The rumors in Weiling recently seemed to be true. Even he was starting to believe them. It's not appropriate to keep living in the Mu clan. Little Zhou and I have already moved out. Although they said they were moving out, the two of them did not have much stuff. Yuqi Song suddenly asked, then do you have a choice? Chu Luiyue shook her head. The Wanzheng competition had just ended. They did not have time to deal with these things. That was why she planned to find a place to stay with little Zhou before going to the Chongshu Pavilion. Yuqi Song's expression changed slightly. If you don't mind, I have an empty house for you to stay in. The group walked 3 streets and arrived in front of a house. Chu Luiyue looked at the familiar door in front of her and was stunned for a moment. Isn't this Yuqi Song's house in Weiling City? In the past, when he was free, he liked to stay here for a while. Chu Luiyue had also been here many times. Although this house is a little remote, it's quiet. If you don't mind, you can stay here. As Yuqi Song spoke, he pushed open the door. There was no one inside, and many things had been packed up. Recalling the scene of Yuqi Song selling seals at 100 Herbs building, Chu Luiyue frowned slightly. Is he planning to sell this place too? Seeing Chu Luiyue's expression, Yuqi Song thought that Chu Luiyue did not like it. Actually, no one has lived in this house for a long time. If you don't like it, no, this house is very good. Little Zhou and I like peace and quiet. This place is just right. Chu Luiyue hurriedly spoke and smiled brightly at Yuqi Song. If not for your help, little Zhou and I don't know when we would have found a house that we like. Yuqi Song was also very happy. It's good that you like it. It's good that you like it. Chu Luiyue said. Pavilion Master, little Zhou and I can't stay in your house for free. Yuqi Song immediately shook his head. Lu Yu, you and Wanzhou are already disciples of Chongshu Pavilion. There's really no need to be so polite. Besides, I'm really happy that you chose Chongshu Pavilion today. Compared to all of this, a house was nothing. Yuqi Song was sincere. If it weren't for Chu Luiyue and Chang Wanzhou today, Chongshu Pavilion basically wouldn't have anyone to choose. In the end, it would only become a laughing stock. They were helping Chong Su cabinet and helping him save his last bit of face. Chu Luiyue wanted to say something but hesitated. Yuqi Song was obviously short of money now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have started to sell these things. But he would never take his money. Chu Luiyue thought for a moment and said, Pavilion Master, I have something to talk to you about. Is it convenient for you? Yuqi Song felt a little strange, but he still nodded. Of course. Chang Wanzhou and Yi Ranran knew that the two had something to discuss, so they stayed where they were. Chu Luiyue and Yuqi Song went to another small courtyard. Lu Yu, what do you want to talk about? Yuqi Song looked at Chu Luiyue kindly. Chu Luiyue took a deep breath, took out a wooden box from his universe ring, and handed it over. Yuqi Song's expression froze. This was clearly what he sold in 100 Herbs building that day. How could it be in Chu Luiyue's hands? Chu Luiyue said softly, Pavilion Master, I bought this after you left that day. Now, it's returned to its original owner. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from love. Chapter 550. Yuqi Song didn't expect that what Chu Luiyue wanted to talk to him about was actually this. He looked at the wooden box with a complicated gaze and shook his head. Since you've already bought it, it's yours. You don't have to return it to me. Chu Luiyue persistently pushed it forward. You said that it's mine. Then it's my freedom to do whatever I want with it now, isn't it? Yuqi Song was stunned. Pavilion Master, you've helped me and Xiao Zhou. Take this as our return gift. If you don't want to accept it, then we really can't live here with a clear conscience. I'm afraid we'll have to find another place to live. Chu Luiyue sighed softly. The price of your courtyard is definitely higher than the price of this seal. Speaking of which, we've made a profit. Besides, I saw that you were really reluctant to part with this thing that day. It must have a very special meaning to you, right? Since that's the case, please accept it. Yuqi Song hesitated for a long time before finally taking the wooden box. Chu Luiyue was right. This seal wasn't his most valuable item, but he cherished it very much. Now that it was back in his hands after going through so much trouble, Luiyue, thank you very much. Yuqi Song looked at Chu Luiyue and said solemnly. Chu Luiyue's eyes moved slightly and he smiled. I'm also a member of the Chongshu Pavilion now. Do you still need to thank me? In the future, I'll have to rely on you a lot. Yuqi Song put away the wooden box. Knowing that Chu Luiyue was deliberately teasing him, he couldn't help but laugh. Since this matter has been resolved, when are you going to the Chongshu Pavilion? Chu Luiyue blinked. I'm afraid it'll take some time. I still have something to do. Yuqi Song asked curiously, what's the matter? Chu Luiyue revealed a meaningful smile. Naturally, it's about money. Spring Breeze Restaurant. In a private room on the second floor. Jian Fengqi was lying on the couch as usual. One of his long legs was curled up, one hand resting on his head, and gently waving the bone fan. Outside the screen, Shui Lu was playing the pipa. Jian Fengqi lazily closed his eyes as he listened to the music. He was so carefree and happy. Shui Lu was in a particularly good mood today. It was rare for her to finish playing a complete song. When the last sound fell, it really lingered in the air, lingering for 3 days. Only then did Shui Lu get up and walk behind the screen with the pipa in her arms. Then, she bent her knees and bowed. Young master, the song's over. Jian Fengqi opened one of his eyes and smiled as he threw a cosmic ring over. I'll take it. S to you, to me to you, you to S to you. Tease to test sot S to you. Jian Fengqi smiled to tease. Little Lu, you're the only one in the entire West Hill. Shui Lu, raised her eyebrows. Of course, it's because my song's worth the price. Jian Fengqi did not argue with her. He just smiled. Shui Lu, sat down beside him. Back to the topic. I was interrupted when I just started talking about what happened last time. Since we have time today, it's time for you to talk to me. Jian Fengqi stretched. I knew you were going to ask this. I've just won some money, and I'm very tired. Can't you let me have a good rest? Shui Lu, smiled like a spring breeze. Haven't you been resting since yesterday? Isn't it enough? Jian Fengqi immediately sat up. Cough cough, this young master was just speaking casually. Don't mind it, little Lu, However, Shui Lu did not reply. An extremely gentle smile appeared on her delicate and charming face. Jian Fengqi coughed. I've made some progress on the matter you asked me to investigate. Shui Lu's expression turned serious. You guessed right. That person does enter the palace every once in a while. Nominally, he's a celestial physician who treats the emperor, but in reality, his whereabouts are very secretive. His background is very mysterious. I've looked into it for a long time, and his identity is indeed fake. As expected. Shui Lu murmured. I knew there was something wrong with that person. Have you found out his true identity? Jian Fengqi smiled bitterly. My little Lu, you think too highly of me. Do you think it's so easy to find out the identity of the Emperor's celestial physician? I can't enter the palace every day. It's already not easy to find out about this, okay? Besides, I've been busy with Mu Qinghe's matter. I don't have time. Shui Lu pursed her red lips. Everyone in Xiling City knows that you two are rivals. Who would have thought that you're secretly helping him? It's not that I want to say this, but Jian Fengqi, you used to be on equal footing with him. Now, you've become his errand boy. You're really something. Jian Fengqi's face darkened. You know that, I don't know anything. Shui Lu's expression turned a little colder. I've never stopped you if you want to interact with him. You have your reasons. But, you can distinguish between right and wrong. Little Lu, actually, I'm not listening. Jian Fengqi shut his mouth and thought to himself, this little Lu, looks as gentle as water, but she's actually very fierce. She's also stubborn, smelly, and tough. It's a complete waste of saliva to talk to her. He decided to change the topic. Actually, my trip this time wasn't completely fruitless. Guess who I met? Shui Lu glanced at him lazily, as if it was up to him to say it or not. Jian Fengqi sat up straight, leaned in front of her, and gestured a number. 13. Shui Lu didn't realize it at first, but after a while, she suddenly realized something and covered her mouth subconsciously. Her eyes were full of shock. The room fell silent for a moment. After a while, Shui Lu whispered. Really? Her voice was trembling. Jian Fengqi narrowed his eyes. Actually, I didn't see it with my own eyes. I just felt that the aura was very similar. But, it's probably right. According to my guess, it's a bit like. He gestured another number. 7. He had always been very sharp in this aspect. Shui Lu was silent for a while. It seems that the rumor is true. They've all gone outside? Of course. Otherwise, how do you think they could hide for so long? In order to capture those 13 people, Jiang Yuqing had put in a lot of effort. If he didn't choose to burn the boats, how could he deal with this overwhelming pursuit? Shui Lu stood up with a serious expression. She hugged the pipa in her arms tightly and paced back and forth. Jian Fengqi knew that this was her reaction when she was nervous. Although so much time had passed, she was still very concerned about this matter. But, they can't keep doing this. Shui Lu suddenly stopped halfway and quickly turned around. Outside the tightly locked door, there was the sound of light and quick footsteps. A clear female voice rang out with a hint of a smile on her face. Young Master Jian, are you inside? Jian Fengqi was stunned. Chu Luyue. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 551. How did she find this place? Jian Fengqi's mind turned, and he immediately understood why Chu Luyue was here. She's clearly here for money. His face darkened at the thought of this. Shui Lu quickly returned to her seat outside the screen, looking as if she had just finished playing. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Jian Fengqi's face darkened even more. She already knew which room he was in, so why was she still knocking? Seeing that he was not moving, Shui Lu went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, a beautiful woman's face came into view. Shui Lu played in Spring Breeze restaurant every day and had seen countless beautiful women. But when this woman appeared in front of her, her eyes still lit up. She revealed a faint smile. Miss, Chu Luyue looked at the woman in front of her, a trace of surprise flashing through her eyes. Why was Shui Lu in Spring Breeze restaurant? Wasn't she from Jinchuan? There was once a popular saying, Lu's music moves Jinchuan. It praised Shui Lu for playing the pipa well. Jinchuan was thousands of miles away from the Western Tomb, so why was she here? The women in Spring Breeze restaurant sold their skills, not their bodies. Moreover, the cost was extremely high. Ordinary people could not even afford a sip of tea here, let alone listen to the women play and sing. It seemed that Shui Lu had become the top hostess of Spring Breeze restaurant. She suppressed the surprise in her heart and smiled. I'm Chu Luyue. Shui Lu was stunned. Chu Luyue's name was like thunder in the Western tomb recently. She did not expect her to look like this. Shui Lu greets Miss Chu. Chu Luyue glanced into the room. Is young Master Jian inside? Shui Lu gently nodded. Little Lu I won't see anyone today. Jian Fengqi's lazy voice came from inside. Shui Lu secretly cursed Jian Fengqi for using her as a shield again. But she still looked at Chu Luyue with a troubled expression. Miss Chu, you see, Chu Luyue suddenly said. Sister Shui Lu your hairpin is crooked. Ah. Shui Lu was shocked. She quickly turned around and walked to the front of the bronze mirror. She carefully looked at the hairpin on her head. Chu Luyue couldn't help but smile inwardly. Shui Lu cared a lot about hair accessories. Other than the pipa, that was the second most important thing to her. Sure enough, nothing had changed. While Shui Lu was looking at the mirror, she walked in and went behind the screen. Jian Fengqi did not expect her to barge in directly, and he was stunned for a moment. Young Master Jian, it seems like you've been living a carefree life. Chu Luyue sighed sincerely. When she came up, she had already heard that Jian Fengqi had booked all the girls' venues, but she didn't expect it to be the most expensive one, Shui Lu. If he hadn't relied on her to earn money, would he have squandered it like this? Jian Fengqi finally reacted. Why are you here? Little Lu Little Lu After Shui Lu was done with her hairpin, she heard Jian Fengqi's voice. She turned around and saw that Chu Luyue had already walked in. Her heart skipped a beat. In a moment of carelessness, she actually forgot about this. Chu Luyue smiled at Shui Lu Miss Lu don't worry. This has nothing to do with you. Shui Lu was stunned. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. No wonder she felt that Chu Luyue looked familiar. Those eyebrows. Chu Luyue looked at Jian Fengqi. Young Master Jian, actually, I'm here to ask you if you've forgotten something. Jian Fengqi saw that he couldn't avoid it anymore. He held his forehead in pain. I didn't forget. I promised to give you the money, not a single cent less. However, this young master has placed bets in all the major casinos. It'll take a few days for all these debts to be settled. I can only give you the money after I've settled everything, right? However, Chu Luyue didn't fall for his trick. His smile became even warmer. I heard that in Xiling City, young Master Jian is famous for being a playboy. You're also a frequent customer of all the casinos. Even if their debts haven't been settled, you should at least remember how much money you've placed, right? Jian Fengqi's brain was very good. He always remembered clearly when it came to eating, drinking, and playing. This time, he had clearly made up his mind to make a huge profit. How could he forget how much he had bet? I'm not asking for much. It's only 1/10 of your profits. You should still be able to fork out this small amount of money, right? As Chu Luyue spoke, he let out a long sigh and revealed a worried expression. To be honest, I have no other choice. That's why I personally came to Chun Feng restaurant to look for you. I'm really short on money. Jian Fengqi's mouth twitched. Where in the world did this lass hear all this from? She did all the talking. Are you kidding me? You're short on money? Jian Fengqi looked at her suspiciously. You're living and eating at the Mu residence. Could it be that Mu Qinghe doesn't give you any money? He's not that stingy, is he? Chu Luyue thought that Mu Qinghe really had nothing to do with being stingy. Jian Fengqi, on the other hand, was very clear about it. Young Master Jian, you might not know, but I've already moved out of the Mu residence. Jian Fengqi was stunned. Oh. Why did you suddenly move out? For the current Chu Luiyue, the Mu residence was actually an excellent choice. She had just won the Wanjing competition, and now she wanted to cut ties with Mu Qinghe. Chu Luiyue couldn't be bothered to explain too much to him. She only said that she was already a disciple of the Chongshu Pavilion and would be living in Xiling in the future. That was why she found herself a house. Everything in Xiling is good, but the prices are too high. Food, clothing, housing, transportation, everything costs money. Young Master Jian, can you really bear to see me living on the streets? Chu Luiyue said sincerely. Jian Fengqi's mouth twitched. She would live on the streets? It would be good enough if she didn't let others live on the streets. That. Actually, I've bet most of my money in the casino. I haven't gotten back a lot of it, so I really can't take out so much in such a short time. How about I give you a portion first? Jian Fengqi was about to negotiate with Chu Luiyue. However, as soon as he said that, he received a disdainful look from Shui Lu. TSK, this guy took out 100,000 white crystal coins without batting an eyelid. Now he's pretending to be poor. From what he said, it was obvious that he had promised to share the money with Chu Luiyue, but now he wanted to renege on his promise. Bah! Useless. She walked up and gently persuaded him. Young Master Jian, you've always been a man of your words and generous. Now that Miss Chu is in trouble, you'll help her, right? Previously, there was a rumor that Jian Fengqi liked Chu Luiyue, but now it seemed to be complete nonsense. Jian Fengqi suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Finally, he gritted his teeth. Then I'll think of a way to raise the money. As he spoke, he took out a universe ring. Then, he took out another universe ring. When he took out the fifth universe ring, Shui Lu's expression gradually froze. However, Jian Fengqi didn't stop. How much did he win? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 552. Jian Fengqi took out a total of 8 Qian Kun rings. These should be enough. Jian Fengqi tried his best not to look at the 8 Qian Kun rings, but his heart was still bleeding. Chu Luiyue checked them one by one and finally showed a satisfied smile. That's more like it. She carefully put away the 8 Qian Kun rings and looked at Jian Fengqi. She said with utmost sincerity, Young Master Jian, without this money of yours, I really can't do anything in West Hill. I really don't know how to thank you. Jian Fengqi seemed to have lost all his strength as he waved his hand weakly. You can go. You're welcome. Last time, Chu Luiyue took away so much money from him because of the word, thank you. Now that he heard her say that word again, his heart was trembling. This woman is too scary. Shui Lu, who was standing beside them, was already stunned. The size of the Qian Kun rings varied according to their level. The ones that Jian Fengqi took out just now were all of high quality, and each of them could hold a lot of things. It went without saying what was inside. And he took out 8 of them at once, and gave them all to Chu Luiyue. Most importantly, this seemed to be only 1/10 of his profits. Did he rob all the casinos in the West Hill? Seeing Chu Luiyue put away the 8 Qian Kun rings, Shui Lu suddenly understood why Jian Fengqi kept delaying and even tried to act shamelessly. If she had to give away so much money at once, she would be very reluctant. Jian Fengqi looked at her sadly. If she hadn't added fuel to the fire just now, he could have at least delayed it for another day. Although he didn't really intend to go back on his word, this feeling was too good. Chu Luiyue didn't plan to stay after successfully getting the money, so he directly bid farewell. If that's the case, I won't disturb young Master Jian from listening to the music. Jian Fengqi waved his hand weakly again. If he looked at Chu Luiyue again, he would feel that another piece of his flesh had been cut off. Chu Luiyue bowed and was about to leave. However, the moment she turned around, she caught a glimpse of a square jade pendant on Jian Fengqi's couch. It seemed to have fallen off his body. The jade token was translucent white and looked very ordinary. However, the edges of the jade token were engraved with exquisite cloud patterns. In the middle of it, there was a small word engraved. Medicine. Chu Luiyue was shocked. This jade pendant was clearly something that only the celestial physician of the Tianling royal family would have. How could Jian Fengqi have something like this? Seeing Chu Luiyue hesitating and not leaving, Jian Fengqi asked curiously, Weren't you going to leave? Chu Luiyue snapped out of her daze and glanced at Jian Fengqi's sleeve without batting an eyelid. She smiled and turned to leave the room. After Chu Luiyue left, Shui Lu walked over. Don't you think that Chu Luiyue looks like, why is that thing there? She was shocked and pointed at the jade pendant on the couch. Jian Fengqi turned around and realized that the jade pendant had fallen off at some point. He immediately put the jade pendant away, and the lazy expression on his face disappeared. Shui Lu frowned and asked, Did Chu Luiyue see this thing just now? Jian Fengqi hesitated for a moment and said, Probably. However, I don't think she saw it clearly. How could you be so careless? How could you not keep an eye on such an important thing? If she finds out, don't worry. Very few people have seen this thing before. She wouldn't know what it is. Jian Fengqi shook his head. Shui Lu felt that it made sense. Chu Luiyue came from outside heaven's canopy. Even if she saw it clearly, she wouldn't think too much about it. You must be more careful in the future. Shui Lu rubbed her forehead. Jian Fengqi knew that he was in the wrong and didn't explain himself. He only nodded solemnly. I'll send someone to keep an eye on Chu Luiyue. If there are any abnormalities, we'll talk about it then. Actually, he didn't want to drag Chu Luiyue into this. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to make a move on Chu Luiyue. Shui Lu nodded. Jian Fengqi looked at her strangely. Based on your character in the past, you wouldn't let it go so easily. What's wrong this time? Shui Lu glared at him. You told me when I wanted to make a move. You also told me when I didn't want to make a move. Why are you so nosy? I'm just too lazy to make a move on her. Can't I? Jian Fengqi raised his hands in surrender. Shui Lu was extremely frustrated. She hugged her pipa and played a melodious tune full of murderous intent. On the other side, Chu Luiyue walked out of Spring Breeze restaurant and prepared to return to her house. People came and went around her. From time to time, people would recognize her and look at her with different expressions. Chu Luiyue turned a deaf ear to them. Her expression was as usual. However, at this moment, her heart was in turmoil. The scene she saw just now kept replaying in her mind. Every royal celestial physician's brand was specially made. There was no possibility of counterfeiting. That piece must be real. But there were several royal celestial physicians. Who could it be? Jian Fengqi couldn't have not recognized that item. However, he didn't return it. It was obvious that he wanted to keep it. Although he was extremely talented in the field of celestial physician, he was afraid of being restrained. Therefore, he had never thought of becoming a royal celestial physician. More importantly, Jian Fengqi's cuff was stained with something. Because it was just a quick glance, she couldn't be 100% sure. But if her guess was correct, what did he want to do with that thing? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 553. Chu Luiyue thought for a long time, but she couldn't figure it out, so she put this matter aside for the time being. She turned around and walked toward 100 Herbs building. On one hand, she planned to redeem the things that Yuqi Song had mortgaged. On the other hand, Chang Wanzhou had already finished all 3 pills in the Tianling God realm. It was time for him to buy some herbs and refine new pills. The cold and evil energy in his body had accumulated for many years, and it definitely couldn't be completely removed overnight. Fortunately, she was rich now. Otherwise, she might not be able to support Cheng Wanzhou. Please let us go this time. We already know our mistake. We'll never do such a thing again. Yeah. My family said that if I can't get the ban lifted, they won't let me go back. Please help us. We really didn't mean it that day. Do you really want to force us into a dead end? Even if you don't let us in, it's fine. As long as you don't implicate our families. Chu Luiyue had just arrived at 100 Herbs building when she saw a group of people gathered at the door from afar. She walked closer and saw a few young women standing in front of the 100 Herbs building's door, begging bitterly. A servant stood on the steps with a polite smile on his face, but his words were very cruel and cold. I'm really sorry, ladies. This is an order from the supervisor himself. I'm just a servant. How would I dare to go against the supervisor's wishes? You should go back. We're not the only ones selling herbs in Xiling City, right? A haggard woman smiled bitterly. But only you have some herbs. 100 Herbs building had a very high status in Xiling City, and they monopolized many kinds of herbs. Some of them could only be bought from them. The servant smiled. Then this has nothing to do with 100 Herbs building. It's better for you to find another way. After he finished speaking, he gave a look to the guards beside him. A few burly guards immediately stepped forward. Ladies, please, standing at the door would affect their business. However, the women refused to leave. Where could they go if they left? One of the women directly knelt down with tears on her face. I only ask for Manager Yu's mercy. Seeing this, the other two women also knelt down. The expression on the manservant's face turned cold. It seemed that these women were really brainless. They actually dared to make trouble in front of their 100 Herbs building. Hurry up and ask these ladies to leave. A few guards immediately picked them up, intending to take them away by force. Although these women were also cultivators, they were no match for these guards. They could only struggle madly. The shrill woman's voice sounded very ear-piercing. Chu Luiyue frowned slightly. What was 100 Herbs building doing? He actually dared to chase away a guest in public? Doing business had always been about making money through harmony. A large part of the reason why 100 Herbs building could develop to its current scale was that they had always treated their customers extremely well. He had never heard of such a thing happening in the 100 Herbs building before. At this moment, the manservant looked up and saw Chu Luiyue in the crowd. A big smile immediately blossomed on his face, and he quickly walked over. Miss Chu. What wind blew you here? Come in, come in. Chu Luiyue didn't expect the manservant to be so sharp-eyed that he could recognize her at a glance. She had no choice but to step forward. What she didn't know was that after last time, she had become the most desired customer of all the manservants in the 100 Herbs building. She was rich and straightforward. She bought whatever she wanted without even blinking her eyes. And she was approachable. She didn't put on airs at all. Chu Luiyue wasn't the only black gold card VIP in the 100 Herbs building, but they were basically all rich and powerful people. They always carried a faint pressure and were very difficult to serve. But Chu Luiyue was different. She was always amiable and had good eyesight. She could often pick out good things after looking around. Could there be a better customer than her? As Chu Luiyue walked in, she glanced at the girls from the corner of her eye and casually asked, "What's going on?" The manservant bowed and smiled, "It's nothing. It's just that those women spoke rudely in the 100 Herbs building before, so the supervisor ordered that they and their families would no longer be received." Did they disturb you? Chu Luiyue shook her head. No. She didn't know what those women said to be punished so severely. No wonder they were crying and making a fuss here without any regard for their dignity. They were probably forced to do so by their families. In the end, this was a matter of the 100 Herbs building. Chu Luiyue didn't intend to interfere, so she didn't continue asking. However, just as she was about to step through the door, a woman suddenly broke free from the restraint of the guards and rushed behind Chu Luiyue. She knelt down with a plop and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Miss Chu! Please let us go. Chu Luiyue looked back in confusion. This woman was unfamiliar. She had never seen her before. It was clearly the 100 Herbs building that chose not to serve them. Why was she begging her? The manservant's expression turned cold. He immediately stood in front of Chu Luiyue and shouted at the guards, "Are you all incompetent? You should at least take responsibility for disturbing Miss Chu." The people behind hurriedly rushed over and tried to take the woman away. However, the woman seemed to be grasping at straws. She kept begging Chu Luiyue for help. "Miss Chu, we know that we were wrong. We shouldn't have criticized you behind your back. But we really didn't mean any harm. Now that we've been punished, please ask manager you to spare us. We beg you." She shouted and cried. Just as she was pulled up, she was forced to kneel on the ground again. She looked really miserable and pitiful. Chu Luiyue was confused. This matter had something to do with her. She said to the guards, "You guys stop first and let her finish." The guards looked at each other. The manservant immediately said, "Didn't you hear what Miss Chu said? Let them all come here." He looked at the woman and said coldly, "Answer Miss Chu's questions honestly." That woman nodded like she was pounding garlic. She then told Chu Luiyue about what happened that day. Of course, she didn't go into detail about what they criticized Chu Luiyue. She just glossed over it. The rest was frantically begging for mercy. "Miss Chu, we really didn't mean it. We really won't dare to do it again, but this time, we beg you." Chu Luiyue fell into silence after hearing this. She didn't speak for a long time. She knew that these people had said something unpleasant. She didn't sympathize with them at all. But in fact, there were many people who criticized her behind her back. If she had to hold everyone accountable, she would have been exhausted. But when did 100 Herbs building have such a rule? Was the status of a black gold card VIP so high? "Actually, what are you doing?" A quiet and clear voice suddenly sounded. The manservant and the others immediately bowed respectfully. "Greetings, manager Yu. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network." Chapter 554. Chu Luiyue looked up. A man in his 30s, dressed in a white robe, walked over. He was elegant, refined, and steady. He didn't look like a shrewd businessman, but more like a scholar. It turned out that this person was the manager of the 100 Herbs building. Yu Ling walked to Chu Luiyue and stood in front of her, smiling. "It's rare for Miss Chu to visit my humble shop. Why are you standing at the door?" Chu Luiyue was surprised. "Manager Yu knows me?" Yu Ling smiled and nodded. At the Wanzheng competition, Miss Chu was dazzling. "So you went to watch the Wanzheng competition?" Chu Luiyue also smiled. "Thank you for your praise, Manager Yu. I didn't expect such a busy person like Manager Yu to have such leisure time." Yu Ling's strength was definitely above that of a 7th stage warrior. Logically speaking, he wouldn't take these competitions too seriously. Besides, he was the manager of the 100 Herbs building, not the leader of any gang. It was really strange that he would spend time watching this. Yu Ling raised his eyebrows slightly. He couldn't say that he went to crazily make up lessons, right? Miss Chu left as quickly as she came. When she came to the 100 Herbs building before, he didn't see her and regretted it. He wanted to find an opportunity to meet her so that he wouldn't not recognize her in the future. However, Chu Luiyue lived in the Mu residence and was heavily guarded, so there was no chance. In the end, he could only choose to go to the Xuanji Square. After waiting for a few days, she finally came out and won first place. Only then did he really look at Chu Luiyue in a new light. That compliment just now was also sincere. Chu Luiyue raised her chin. "I wanted to go in, but I didn't expect to see this scene." Yu Ling had actually recognized those women long ago. When he rushed over just now and saw those women making a scene in front of Chu Luiyue, he even had the heart to kill those women. If this matter was known by the higher-ups, he would be punished for lack of supervision. If he really angered Chu Luyue, he felt a chill on his neck. Miss Chu, please forgive us. We didn't handle this matter well and caused you trouble. How about this, I'll accompany you in the selection. As Yu Ling spoke, he gave the guard and the servant a warning look. Everyone immediately took action, wanting to take those people away. A woman wanted to say something, but she suddenly felt a powerful pressure descend upon her. Her chest felt stuffy, and she couldn't say a word. The other two women were the same. Chu Luyue glanced at it and guessed that Yu Ling had personally taken action. She paused for a moment before continuing. I heard that this matter is related to me, Miss Chu, you misunderstand. The cause of this incident was that they had publicly humiliated a black gold card VIP in the territory of the 100 Herbs building. This is not only a humiliation to our honored guests, but also a contempt to our 100 Herbs building. Until now, it was their own fault for speaking carelessly. Regardless of whether it was you or someone else, the outcome would be the same. Yu Ling's expression was indifferent, but his tone was unquestionable. He glanced at those people and said indifferently, if you're not afraid that you won't be able to buy any herbs in Xiling City in the future, you can continue to cause trouble. The struggling movements of the women suddenly froze. The onlookers also fell silent for a moment. This was a blatant threat. No one doubted whether the 100 Herbs building had the ability to do so. Since Yu Ling dared to say it in public, he could definitely do it. The 100 Herbs building had never taken the initiative to cause trouble, but when faced with such troublemakers, they would definitely not be soft-hearted. Chu Luyue thought to herself. This manager Yu looked gentle, but he was very bold. No wonder he could support the 100 Herbs building. Those women knew that it was hopeless. If they continued to cause trouble, the situation would only get worse. They had no choice but to leave in a daze. After walking for a distance, the pressure on their bodies dissipated. One of the women couldn't help but murmur in a low voice, "What did we do wrong? What did we do wrong? We just casually said a few words. How did this happen? How did this happen?" Yu Ling coldly retracted his gaze. The mistake was that they had offended someone they shouldn't have. He looked at Chu Luyue. The frost on his face dissipated, and he smiled slightly. Miss Chu, please. Yu Ling followed Chu Luyue in. Miss Chu, what do you want to see this time? Many people in the exhibition hall on the first floor looked over with envy in their eyes. The manager of the 100 Herbs building personally accompanied. This was the first time. But Chu Luyue was a black gold card VIP. Chu Luyue paused. Like last time, I want 5 times the amount. Yu Ling raised his eyebrows. Last time, Chu Luyue directly spent 90,000 white crystal coins here, which was already considered generous. He didn't expect that this time, he would directly ask for so much. 5 times the amount. It was hundreds of thousands of white crystal coins. Even in the entire Xiling city, there were definitely not many people who could take out so much money at once. And looking at Chu Luyue's expression, he didn't seem to feel sorry at all. The surroundings were silent for a moment. Obviously, they were stunned by Chu Luyue's big spending. At this time, they suddenly understood why Yu Ling would forever reject those women just because they offended Chu Luyue. Even if they went bankrupt, they couldn't take out so much money. However, this was just the money that Chu Luyue casually spent. Yu Ling said to the stunned servant beside him. Why aren't you preparing immediately? For Miss Chu, be sure to choose the best. Yes. Yes. The servants suddenly woke up and hurriedly went to transfer the goods. Many servants sighed when they saw this. Why did the manager come today? If he didn't come, any one of them would be involved in Chu Luyue's order today and would be rich. Unfortunately, the manager stood there as if he wanted to accompany them to the end. They were afraid that they couldn't interfere. Miss Chu, there are some new things on the second floor recently. Do you want to take a look? Yu Ling asked. Chu Luyue nodded. Okay. Please. After saying that, Yu Ling led Chu Luiyue to the second floor. After the two of them left for a while, in the quiet exhibition hall on the first floor, someone heaved a heavy sigh. Oh my God. How much money did she spend just now? I don't know, and I don't want to know. Comparisons are odious. We have to choose carefully when we buy things on the first floor, but she went directly to the second floor. She's really rich. Strange, when Miss Chu came last time, she was accompanied by the people from the Mu clan. Why didn't I see them this time? Everyone was discussing, but it had nothing to do with Chu Luiyue. Although it was quite satisfying to kill Mu Qinghe, it had to be said that she was more confident in spending her own money. Besides, it was really difficult for her to spend all her money now. The second floor had always been deserted, and there was not a single customer today. Chu Luiyue seemed to have booked the whole place. Yu Ling glanced at her and said tentatively, Miss Chu, you can choose whatever you like. You were shocked at the entrance today, so everything you buy today will be 30% off. Originally, he didn't want to take the money, but it seemed that the higher-ups didn't want Miss Chu to know. It was not good to be too obvious. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 555. 30% discount? Isn't it said that the black gold card has a 15% discount? Chu Luiyue asked in confusion. Even after she spent nearly 100,000 white crystal coins last time, the discount did not increase, but there was a seat on the third floor. Yu Ling coughed, because you bought more things this time, and didn't you plan to buy other things? It's only right to give you a discount. In Xiling City, there aren't many guests as generous as you. The last sentence was true, and Yu Ling said it very sincerely. Chu Luiyue did not think much and nodded with a smile, yes. The pavilion master of Chongshu Pavilion sold a lot of things here before, right? I want all the ones that are still in stock. Yu Ling was surprised, really? You want all of them? Yes. Seeing that Chu Luiyue looked serious and did not seem to be joking, Yu Ling's expression also became much more serious. In that case, please wait for a moment, I'll ask them to get it. Because Elder Song came one after another, it will take some time to count all of them. I can wait. Chu Luiyue did not mind and walked casually along the crystal cabinet. There were indeed a lot of rare medicinal herbs. The 100 Herbs building was really good in this aspect, no wonder they were so confident. After Yu Ling finished instructing the servant and came back, Chu Luiyue looked at the medicinal herbs in the crystal cabinet and asked casually. By the way, General Manager you just said that Elder Song came one after another. How long has it been? Yu Ling thought for a moment, about half a year. At first, he was quite shocked by this matter, so he had a deep impression of it. More than half a year. How much damage did the Chongshu Pavilion suffer to cause Yuchi Song to be in such a state? It was no wonder that Jiao-Xing Alliance was tempted to take over. I'm afraid that the Chongshu Pavilion is not having a good time in Xiling now. It seems that Miss Chu is very interested in Elder Song's things? Yu Ling asked. Chu Luiyue wasn't afraid of being questioned. Manager you may not know this, but I am now a disciple of the Chongshu Pavilion. News of what happened in Xianli Garden had not yet spread, so it was normal that Yu Ling did not know about it. As expected, Yu Ling was stunned for a moment. Are you saying that after the Wanjing competition, you chose the Chongshu Pavilion? Didn't they say that they could choose any of the major sects? Moreover, Chu Luiyue was number one. Wouldn't it be easy for him to go to any school? Why did he choose the Chongshu Pavilion? Chu Luiyue nodded. Yu Ling had always been good with words. But he didn't know what to say at this time. Congratulate him? Entering the current Chongshu Pavilion was really not something worth congratulating. Say it's a pity? Obviously, this was Chu Luiyue's choice. Chu Luiyue had already expected such a reaction from him, so she didn't take it to heart and chose a few herbs that she liked. Yu Ling followed beside her. He wanted to explain a thing or two to her, but he soon realized that he was useless. Chu Luiyue was very straightforward when it came to buying things. She would often buy whatever she liked. Occasionally, she would ask a question or two, such as the age. Moreover, her guesses were very accurate. Gradually, Yuling finally confirmed that the situation that was reported previously was not exaggerated. Chu Luiyue could indeed be considered proficient in this field. But, why did she need so many precious herbs? According to her current age, it would be a little difficult for her to refine these herbs. However, Yuling did not ask. Chu Luiyue chose a few more herbs. Then, a servant organized Yuchi Song's things and sent them over. With a rough glance, there were at least dozens of things. Chu Luiyue opened a few boxes and took a look. As expected, they were all very familiar things. She really didn't know how Yuchi Song felt when he sold all these things. Chu Luiyue sighed softly in her heart. She didn't look at them anymore and put them all into the interspatial ring. Everything was settled together. Yuling personally made a list, counted it, and said with a smile, after the discount, it's a total of 1,050,000 white crystal coins. Even though the surrounding manservants already had a premonition, when they heard this number, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Chu Luiyue handed over an interspatial ring that she had just taken from Jian Fengqi. Sorry to trouble you, General Manager Yu. Yuling took the interspatial ring, looked down, and raised his eyebrows slightly. This was a special interspatial ring of Dragon Teeth Mountain. He had only seen it in Jian Fengqi's hands. Could this money be from Jian Fengqi? But he quickly suppressed the doubts in his heart and took out the corresponding amount of white crystal coins. When he took it away, he deliberately glanced at Chu Luiyue. She looked relaxed as if she didn't care about the 1,000,000 white crystal coins at all. Tut! Her bearing alone was more powerful than many disciples of aristocratic families. No wonder, Miss Chu, you have spent more than 1,000,000 white crystal coins in the 100 Herbs building. A private room will be opened for you on the 3rd floor. It will be yours forever. Would you like to have a look now? Chu Luiyue's eyes flashed with surprise. So fast? Yuling's eyes flickered slightly. Of course, he couldn't tell her that he had been busy with this matter since he received the order from above. The efficiency of the 100 Herbs building has always been like this. Chu Luiyue thought about it and refused. I won't go today. I'll come back another day. She had been outside for long enough today. It was time to go back. Yuling personally saw her out of the gate of the 100 Herbs building. It was not until Chu Luiyue's figure disappeared that Yuling exhaled softly. Recalling the scene just now, he felt a little conflicted. That interspatial ring. Thousands of miles away. At the top of the floating island, there was a majestic palace that had been standing there for a long time. Soldiers in heavy armor and holding long sabers stood on both sides. The atmosphere was majestic. A tall and slender figure was walking toward the main entrance of the hall. It was Rongxiu. He had changed into a black brocade robe today. The collar was embroidered with gold thread, the cuffs were embroidered with clouds, and a black cloak was draped over his shoulders. If Chu Luiyue was here, she would find that Rongxiu seemed to have changed into a different person. The aura that was once as gentle as jade was swept away, and in its place was absolute coldness and majesty. He killed decisively and looked down on everyone else. Rongxiu was like a sheathed sword. He hid his sharpness and was gentle and reserved. But now, he was like a saber filled with a murderous aura. With a light wave, he could tear the world apart. Finally, he stood in front of the soldiers. Everyone knelt on one knee and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Your Highness. Rongxiu's eyes were as cold as a saber as they swept across the crowd. The unparalleled palace sent people to assassinate I with the intention of rebellion. The evidence is conclusive. They should be punished. Today, I will personally go to war against the unparalleled palace. Kill them all. Yes, Your Highness. Kill. 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 Shouts shook the sky. Yan Qing and Umo, who were standing behind Rong Xiu, looked at each other. There were many people who coveted the position of His Highness. In the past few years, there had been a lot of trouble. But this was the first time that His Highness had issued a kill order. They did not know what the people sent by the unparalleled palace had done to make His Highness want to kill them at all costs. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 556. Tianling Palace. Huayang Palace. Elder Duanmu, what's the result of the investigation? Shang Wanwan asked nervously. Duanmu Chun shook his head. Don't worry, third princess. Everything is normal in the Tianling God realm. The Long Yuan sword hasn't been taken away. Shang Wanwan's heart finally settled down. That's good, Duanmu Chun looked at her strangely. Third princess, why did you suddenly think of this? If the Long Yuan sword isn't here, the Tianling God realm shouldn't be able to continue existing. Shang Wanwan forced a smile. I know. It's just that I've been feeling uneasy ever since the Tianling God realm was opened for the Wanjing competition. I feel that the ancestors will blame me for this. That's why I wanted to ask Elder Duanmu to confirm that it didn't affect the Tianling God realm in any way. She patted her chest and frowned. If it's really my fault that the Tianling God realm suffered any losses, then I really can't absolve myself from the blame. Duanmu Chun looked at her and sighed. The third princess was actually quite good in all aspects, but she didn't have the courage to do things. She was the one who suggested opening the Tianling God realm back then, but she was still the one who was worried and even regretful now. If the princess was still here, this probably wouldn't have happened. Unfortunately, the third princess was in power now and had absolute authority. Although there were other princes and princesses in the royal family, no one was more suitable for the current position than the third princess. If His Majesty couldn't wake up, the third princess would very likely take the throne directly. Third princess, you're thinking too much. You're also thinking for the entire Tianling dynasty. The Tianling God realm, he paused, feeling a little hesitant. Actually, after he entered the Tianling God realm, he felt that something was wrong. Although the Long Yuan sword was still there, the world was in chaos, and it didn't look like it had been silent for 1,000 years. However, he had never entered before, so he wasn't sure what was going on. What's wrong? Elder Duanmu? Shang Wanwan asked. Duanmu Chun suppressed the suspicion in his heart. Nothing. I just feel that you might feel more at ease if you personally enter the Tianling God realm to take a look. Shang Wanwan's expression froze for a moment before she moved her lips. I've been concentrating on cultivating and preparing for a breakthrough, so I don't have the time for now. Let's talk about it after a while. Duanmu Chun did not suspect anything and bowed respectfully. Yes. After you successfully break through this time, you can try to summon the Long Yuan sword. If you can succeed. He paused and swallowed the rest of his words. A hint of resentment flashed through Shang Wanwan's eyes, but there was a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. I understand what Elder Duanmu means. Duanmu Chun bowed and left. When his figure disappeared outside the hall, the smile on Shang Wanwan's face quickly disappeared. She knew very well what Duanmu Chun meant. Since her father was unconscious, she was the eldest in the royal family. It was only right for her to take over everything. Although she had full authority over all matters of the Tianling dynasty, she did not have the right to do so. At the end of the day, she was only using the identity of the third princess. The throne of the Tianling dynasty was not only passed down to the princes. If the princess was outstanding enough, she could also fight for it. Just like how her father had planned to officially abdicate the throne during his wedding in Shangguanyu. If she wanted to take the next step, there were only two ways. First, her father had passed away, and she would naturally inherit the throne. However, the problem now was that not only could they not let her father pass away quietly, but they also had to think of a way to wake him up. Therefore, this path was not going to work no matter what. Second, she had to prove her ability and forcefully take over the throne. However, she was not Shangguan Yu. Without the Tianjing Yuan meridian, the people below her would definitely not be willing to submit to her. If she could summon the Long Yuan sword, it would be enough to prove that she was qualified to sit on that throne. A Long Yuan sword would be enough to defeat all the rumors and slanders. However, not to mention summoning the Long Yuan sword, even entering the Tianling God realm was a difficult task for her. Shangguan Wan was frustrated. Chani. Bring Yang Qin to me. Yang Qin arrived at Huayang Palace and saw the expressionless Shangguan Wan sitting at the head of the table. An ominous feeling rose in her heart. She walked over and knelt down. Shangguan Wan looked at her and sneered. Do you know why I called you here? Yang Qin braced herself and said, It's the Long Yuan sword. Shangguan Wan said slowly, That's right. I've already checked it. I've already checked, and the Long Yuan sword is still in the Tianling God realm. I knew it. How could this be? Yang Qin instantly panicked. Impossible. This is impossible. I saw it clearly at that time. Are you doubting me? Shangguan Wan asked. Yang Qin almost bit off her tongue. No. Shangguan Wan stood up and walked slowly to her. Raise your head. Yang Qin raised her head stiffly. Smack. There was a loud slap. Yang Qin was directly slapped to the ground, and half of her face quickly became red and swollen. How dare you make a fool out of me like this? You must be tired of living. Yang Qin covered her face, and her voice trembled. Be but third princess, Ning Jiao also, smack. There was another slap. Who is Ning Jiao and who are you? Shangguan Wan found it laughable. Ning Jiao was the only daughter of the Xianfeng Hall's hall master. She couldn't really do anything to Ning Jiao. However, an insignificant Yang Qin, it didn't matter. Shangguan Wan stared at Yang Qin, and suddenly said, I remember that you have a superior Daijing Yuan meridian, right? In the evening, Chu Luiyue returned to the house and was surprised to find a freshly written plaque hanging above the door. Chu residence. It was obvious that it was Yuqi Song's handwriting. She pushed the door open and entered. She immediately realized that the entire house had changed. The dejected aura from before was swept away. She had just taken 2 steps when she saw Chang Wanzhou walk out from the corner. He was actually holding a rag in his hand. Yi Ranran followed behind him. His sleeves were rolled up, and he was dragging a broom. Chu Liuyue's eyelids twitched. What are you doing? Yi Ranran smiled shyly, and 2 small dimples appeared on his round little face. Lu Yu, you're back. We're tidying up the courtyard. What do you think? Chu Luiyue could obviously see that they were tidying up the courtyard. The key was, how did you convince little Zhou to do these things? He looked like he really had nothing to do with these things. According to his personality, he really didn't seem like he would agree to do these things. Yi Ranran smiled brightly and said, Actually, I originally planned to do it alone. But Wanzhou took the initiative to help, so I let him do it. Chu Luiyue looked at Chang Wanzhou in shock. Chang Wanzhou turned his face away awkwardly and hid the rag behind his back as he said coldly, I cleaned your room. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 557. Chu Luiyue couldn't help but laugh and walked over. You don't have to do this. It's my room. I can clean it myself. Chang Wanzhou looked at her strangely. But I'm your follower now. So this is what I should do. Chang Wanzhou said firmly. Although he hadn't done this for a long time, it didn't mean that he couldn't. You can go and take a look. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, I'll change it. Chu Luiyue blinked and suddenly realized something. Little Zhou, don't tell me you think that as a follower, you have to do these things? Chang Wanzhou said affirmatively, yes. Otherwise, what's the use of having a follower? Chu Luiyue looked at his confident face and felt a headache coming on. She didn't know what the person he met back then was thinking, teaching him such things. The more she looked at it, the more it seemed that he treated Chang Wanzhou as a little servant. But every time that person was mentioned, Chang Wanzhou's expression would always be much gentler. Although he never said it, Chu Luiyue could feel that he missed that person very much. That was why he traveled thousands of miles and went through so much trouble to come all the way from Nanjiang to West Hill. That person must have treated Chang Wanzhou sincerely, which was why he couldn't forget him. Thinking of this, Chu Luiyue smiled. Although you're my follower now, I won't ask anything of you. In the future, you can do these things if you want to. If you don't want to, don't. Do you understand? Otherwise, she would always have the illusion that she was bullying a child. Chang Wanzhou thought for a while. You don't like me doing this? Or do you think I'm not doing well? Chu Luiyue smiled helplessly and rubbed his hair. It seemed that this child couldn't understand what she really meant for a while. No. You're doing very well. Chang Wanzhou looked doubtful. But you haven't seen it yet. Yi Ranran said excitedly. Yes. Lu Yu, go and take a look. Wanzhou is very clean. You did even better than me. Chu Luiyue was speechless. Was this something to be proud of? He even provoked two geniuses with the Daijing Yuan Meridian to compete here? Helpless, she could only raise her hands in surrender. I'll go take a look now. Come quickly. Yi Ranran ran to the front excitedly. Chang Wanzhou habitually followed behind Chu Luiyue. After walking for a while, he arrived at her room. Although it was her room, she hadn't had the time to go in and take a look. Under the gaze of the two people beside him, Chu Luiyue pushed open the door and walked in. When he saw the situation in the room, Chu Luiyue was shocked. Isn't this too clean? Every place was as clean as new, and even the ground could clearly reflect her own shadow. She didn't take this matter to heart before, but now that she saw it, she finally understood why Yi Ranran was so excited. Chang Wanzhou seemed to be extraordinarily outstanding in this aspect. Chu Luiyue couldn't help but look back at Chang Wanzhou and ask suspiciously, Little Wanzhou, be honest. Xiao Zhou, tell me honestly. Have you been doing this kind of thing for decades? Is that why you're so proficient? Chu Luiyue couldn't even think of a suitable word to describe it. Chang Wanzhou's face darkened. Chu Luiyue coughed and walked inside. There was a small wooden coffee table on the small couch by the window. Chu Luiyue walked closer. There was a chessboard and 2 jars of chess pieces on it. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Where did this kid find these things? They're placed quite well. Suddenly, her gaze froze, and she picked up a cup of ginger tea beside the chessboard in surprise. Little Zhou, how did you know that I like to place ginger tea beside the chessboard when I play chess? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 558. Chang Wanzhou was stunned. I've always placed it like this. Always? Chu Luiyue immediately understood. Did you do the same when you were with that person in the past? She likes to do this too. Chang Wanzhou replied. Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows. There were many people who liked to play chess and drink tea. However, there were very few people who liked to put ginger tea beside the chessboard. At least among the people Chu Luiyue knew, she had never seen anyone else like this except for herself. In that case, it's quite a coincidence. That person was called Yu, and she was also called Yu. That person liked to put ginger tea beside the chess jar, and she liked it too. It seemed that it was fate that she met Chang Wanzhou. Chu Luiyue rubbed the teacup in her hand. The tea inside was still hot, and white smoke was rising in spirals. There was a hint of spiciness in the faint bitterness, and it was especially refreshing. She suddenly became curious about that person. If that person was still alive, it should be quite interesting to meet him. Chang Wanzhou was thinking about something, and he was a little distracted. Chu Luiyue called out to him twice before he came back to his senses. What? Chu Luiyue said, I said, let's all rest and adjust for today. We'll go to Chongshu Pavilion tomorrow. Yuchi Song had already gone back, and she specifically left Yi Ranran behind to help them. Therefore, Yi Ranran would also stay here tonight. Although this courtyard was not as big as Mu Mansion, it was more than enough for a few more people to stay. Yi Ranran quickly left. Chang Wanzhou seemed to have something to say and stayed behind. Chu Luiyue walked over and asked with a smile, if you have anything to ask, just ask. Chang Wanzhou's back was facing the door, and the afterglow shone on his soft blonde hair, making it glow brilliantly. Even his ears seemed to be transparent, outlining the contours of his exquisite face. However, his facial features were hidden in the shadows, half lit and half dark. It was difficult to see his features clearly. Only his eyes shone with a mysterious and obscure light. He was silent for a long time before he asked softly, have you been to Nanjiang before? Chu Luiyue shook her head. No. The light in Chang Wanzhou's eyes was instantly extinguished like a candle flame. Chu Luiyue's heart inexplicably, as if it was weighed down by something heavy. I understand. After saying that, Chang Wanzhou turned around to leave. Just as he took a step forward, he suddenly stopped. Do you think she doesn't remember me? His voice was very soft, almost dispersing in the wind. His usual cold tone was gone, and his usual stubborn tone was gone as well. At this time, Chang Wanzhou was like a child who had suddenly lost his direction. He did not know where to go. Chu Luiyue looked at his back. The young man's excessively thin figure was hidden in his loose and rough clothes, swaying. A deep sense of loneliness emanated from his body and shrouded him. How can that be? Chu Luiyue said softly. You are so obedient and outstanding. She will not forget you. If she knows that you are looking for her, she will definitely come looking for you. Chang Wanzhou was silent for a long time. You are right. She will not forget me. Without me, who will make tea for her? Who will help her grind the chess pieces? His tone was much firmer, as if he was trying to convince someone. She will not forget me. With that, he left without looking back. His footsteps were hurried, as if he was worried that something would catch up to him. Chu Luiyue's lips moved, but in the end, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. After all, this was Chang Wanzhou's own business. When things settled down here, perhaps he could help him look for her. Chu Luiyue stood there for a while before returning to his room and began to refine pills. As her strength broke through to the 4th rank, she also officially became a 4th-rank celestial physician. As a result, it was much easier for her to refine pills than before. After she finished refining 3 pills, she stopped and began to recuperate. It was not until she circulated her force 3 times that she finally stopped and lay down to rest. A peaceful night's sleep. Early the next morning, Chu Luiyue and the other 2 went to the Chongshu Pavilion together. The Chongshu Pavilion was located on Qingyuan Mountain. Xiling City was extremely large. There were mountains inside and outside the city. The positions of the various sects were different and they were quite far from each other. Therefore, they generally lived in peace. Qingyuan Mountain was located in the northeast corner of Xiling City. What was special about it was that it was a lone peak. However, because the origin power on the mountain was dense, it was a good place to cultivate. As soon as Chu Luiyue and the others arrived at the foot of Qingyuan Mountain, Chu Luiyue realized that something was wrong. In the past, there was an extremely powerful defensive barrier on Qingyuan Mountain. However, although the barrier was still there, the power on it was obviously much weaker than before. Chu Luiyue could not help but ask, this barrier, seems a little strange. Oh, you're talking about this. This barrier wasn't like this in the past, but a year ago, someone barged into the Chongshu Pavilion and destroyed the barrier. Later on, the pavilion master and elders had to work hard to restore it. However, this defensive barrier requires a lot of manpower and resources to maintain. Our Chongshu Pavilion is in a difficult situation now, so we can only barely maintain it like this. After saying that, Yi Ranran saw Chu Liuyue's complicated expression and hurriedly said, however, don't worry. Although this barrier isn't as strong as before, the pavilion master and the pavilion master are still guarding it. However, with the pavilion master and the various elders guarding Clear Source Mountain, there won't be any danger. Chu Luyue smiled bitterly in her heart. Only Yi Ranran could say that so calmly. In fact, if a sect was not forced into a corner, how could they not even maintain the most basic defensive barrier? It could be seen that the situation in the Chongshu Pavilion was worse than she had expected. It's fine. It's just my first time here, so I'm a little curious. Let's continue. The pavilion master and the others should be waiting for us. Yi Ranran did not suspect anything and led the way. There was only one stone staircase up the mountain, extending from the foot of the mountain to the top. Chu Luyue and Chang Wanzhou followed behind Yi Ranran. After walking for a short while, Chu Luyue stopped in her tracks. There was a trace of dried dark red blood on the steps beneath her feet. It seemed to have been there for a while. She looked to the side along the bloodstain and her pupils constricted. There was a large amount of blood scattered around, but as time passed, it gradually dimmed. Coupled with the dust, stones, and other things, it was hard to tell if one did not look carefully. However, based on this bloodstain, it was not hard to imagine what kind of intense battle had broken out here. This is only the foot of the mountain. Chu Liuyue's heart skipped a beat. I wonder what the scene at the top of the mountain will be like. To be able to cause the Chongshu Pavilion, which used to stand at the peak of the world, to fall all the way here. How terrifying. She took a deep breath, retracted her gaze, and continued to walk up. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 559. Along the way up, the messy bloodstains that had long dried up could be seen everywhere. Some of the steps and the surrounding scenery were also damaged. Chu Luyue looked at them one by one, and her heart sank. Yi Ranran was obviously used to it and didn't take it to heart. Chu Luyue couldn't help but ask. Ranran, how long have you been in Chongshu Pavilion? Yi Ranran thought for a moment. More than 2 years, right? But in the past, I mostly followed Master to gain experience outside and rarely came back. A year ago, after the accident in Chongshu Pavilion, Master and I stayed in Qingyuan Mountain. Your master is, my master is Elder Xia Yi, one of the 4 great elders of Chongshu Pavilion. But the other 3 elders are. So now, Master is in charge of many things in Chongshu Pavilion. When Yi Ranran mentioned this, a trace of sadness flashed across his face. The other elders are also very good people, but, Chu Luyue pursed her lips. Of the 4 great elders, only Elder Xia Yi was left. No wonder everyone didn't have high hopes for Chongshu Pavilion. Without the powerhouses guarding it, the current Chongshu Pavilion naturally couldn't be compared to the past. She heard that Yuchi Song had also suffered serious injuries and hadn't recovered yet. When she was with Yuchi Song previously, she vaguely sensed that something was wrong with his body, but she didn't ask in detail. If the pavilion master and the 4 great elders were like this, then there was no need to mention the others. Ranran? You're here. When they were halfway up the mountain, a young man appeared in their line of sight. Yi Ranran looked up and waved happily. Senior brother Lu. Why are you here? Lu Xiao's gaze swept across Chu Luyue and Chang Wanzhou, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. The pavilion master asked me to pick you up. These 2 must be the 2 junior brothers who won the 1st and 2nd place in the Wanjing competition. Invite them in. The pavilion master, the elders, and your fellow disciples are all waiting for you. Chu Liuyue's eyebrows twitched in the face of Lu Jiao's enthusiasm. Even if it was to welcome him, coming halfway up the mountain to pick him up was a bit. Also, didn't he just say that the entire Chongshu pavilion was waiting for them? Because the two of them. Did they have to? At this time, Chu Liyue naturally didn't know that since the incident more than a year ago, no new disciples had been admitted to the Chongshu pavilion. Now that they suddenly had a junior brother and a junior sister, who were particularly powerful, the entire Chongshu pavilion was inevitably excited. He had gone through a lot of trouble to get this mission. Little junior sister, little junior brother, your accommodations on the mountain have long been prepared. According to the cabinet master, you have already found a residence in Xiling City, but you are still welcome to stay on the mountain for a while. Our Chongshu pavilion is not so rigid. We have always been very free in this aspect. You can go up or down the mountain as you please. Just pay attention to your safety. By the way, we've been growing some medicinal herbs on the mountain recently. I heard that little junior sister is also a celestial physician, right? In the future, if you want to refine pills, just look for us if you need any medicinal herbs. As Lu Jiao rambled on, he looked at Chu Liyue and Chang Wanzhou's expressions as if he was afraid that they would be unhappy. Chu Liyue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had met Lu Jiao twice in the past. He was also Elder Xiai's disciple. At that time, she only thought that he was restrained and polite. His talent was not bad, but she never knew that he was actually a chatterbox. However, in the current Chongshu pavilion, even the pavilion master, Yuqi Song, had to personally sell things to raise money, let alone the people below. For Lu Jiao to say that, it was obvious that he really liked the two of them. Yi Ranran listened from the side and didn't feel annoyed at all. Instead, he also chimed in and occasionally expressed his own opinions. In short, after knowing that Chu Liyue and Chang Wanzhou had chosen Chongshu Pavilion, the entire Chongshu Pavilion took action to satisfy the two of them. Were they afraid that the two of them would run away? Chu Liyue followed them up and agreed. Chang Wanzhou was straightforward and didn't say much from the beginning to the end. Lu Jiao thought to himself, this little junior sister is kind and amiable. She always has a smile on her face and looks very easy to get along with. Although little junior brother is a little cold, he seems to listen to little junior sister. In that case, it's not bad. On the way, Chu Liyue chatted with the two of them and heard a lot of news. When they were about to reach the top of the mountain, Lu Jiao suddenly shouted, little junior sister and little junior brother are here. His voice was full of vigor, and it reverberated throughout the entire mountain. Chu Liuyue's mouth twitched as an ominous premonition surged in his heart. Indeed, in the next moment, he saw a group of people suddenly appear in front of him. At a glance, there were at least dozens of people. Little junior sister. Little junior brother. You're finally here. We've been waiting for the whole morning. That's right. Hey, make way. I can't see them anymore. Who asked you to run so slowly? Lu Jiao shouted again, all of you, calm down. Don't scare little junior brother and little junior sister. Chu Liyue, Chang Wanzhou, Chu Liyue couldn't help but look up at the sky. They had come here early in the morning. It was actually still early in the morning. Why had they waited for the whole morning? Also, what kind of rare object were the two of them? Why were there so many people here? He thought that they were just coming up the mountain to acknowledge a master, but he didn't expect, let's go. The pavilion master and the others are already waiting for you. Lu Jiao urged with an excited expression. Chang Wanzhou finally couldn't help but whisper, don't tell me you chose the Chongshu pavilion because of this? Chu Liyue looked at him murderously. Chang Wanzhou shut his mouth. Then, under Lu Jiao and Yi Ranran's enthusiastic introduction, Chu Liyue and Lu Jiao greeted the many senior brothers and senior sisters in the Chongshu pavilion. By the time they finally broke out of the encirclement, Chu Liyue's forehead was already covered in sweat. Fortunately, more people didn't come. Otherwise, it would have taken a day just to recognize them, Chu Liyue muttered. Lu Xiao, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped and looked back at her with a complicated expression. Little junior sister, actually, those people just now are almost all the disciples left in the Chongshu Pavilion. Chu Liuyue's heart skipped a beat as she looked at Lu Xiao in disbelief. What? In the past, there were 600 to 700 disciples in the Chongshu Pavilion. Why were there only so many left now? Lu Xiao saw how shocked she was and hurriedly said, "Actually, there are still some who haven't returned. I'll introduce them to you in the future." Chu Luyue asked, "Senior brother Lu, how many disciples are left in the entire Chongshu Pavilion?" Lu Xiao sighed. "About 100. Chu Luyue sucked in a breath of cold air. The casualties from more than a year ago were actually so heavy? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 560. Lu Xiao hurriedly waved his hand. Actually, that's not it. Although there were heavy casualties that time, it wasn't to this extent. It's just that after that, the Chongshu Pavilion plummeted. The pavilion master felt that forcing them to stay would only delay their future, so he ordered them to leave. If anyone doesn't want to stay here, they can take a fee from the pavilion master and leave. Some of them did leave at that time, but most of them left one after another in the past year or so. It would be too presumptuous to say that they didn't have any feelings for the Chongshu Pavilion. However, the current Chongshu Pavilion was indeed no longer the Chongshu Pavilion of the past. Chu Luyue was silent for a while. That's not the only reason, right? Even if the Chongshu Pavilion encountered these accidents and fell to this extent, it shouldn't be enough to dismiss the disciples. Lu Xiao was conflicted for a long time. He wanted to say something but stopped. Little junior sister was very smart. It didn't seem appropriate if he didn't say anything. What if she also wanted to leave after he said it? Yi Ranran couldn't bear it anymore and said in a low voice, "Lu Yu, there's something you don't know. In fact, the pavilion master did this for their own good. For more than a year, the disciples of the Chongshu Pavilion have been ostracized and made things difficult for them everywhere. They can't cultivate properly at all." Chu Luyue suddenly understood. Someone is targeting the Chongshu Pavilion? Yi Ranran and Lu Xiao looked at each other and nodded slightly. Who has such a powerful force in West Hill? Chu Luyue frowned slightly, but he kept thinking. In fact, there were only a few people who could do it. It's the third, Lu Yu, Wanzhou, you're here. Before Chu Luyue could ask, Yuqi Song and Elder Xiai walked out of the hall. Elder Xiai's eyes lit up when he saw the two of them. He immediately walked over and sized them up carefully. "TSK, TSK. Pavilion Master, you've really brought back two rare seedlings this time." Previously, he didn't quite believe it, but now that he saw it with his own eyes, he was finally at ease. Over the past year, not to mention geniuses, even cultivators with average aptitude refused to step into the Chongshu Pavilion. Now, two young geniuses with the Daijing Yuan Meridian had come. It was really raining red from the sky. Wei Qi Song laughed as well, and the wrinkles on his wrinkled face seemed to have deepened as he laughed. "I told you you'd love it. These are the two who performed the best in this year's Wanjing competition." Chu Luyue and Cheng Wanzhou saluted. "Greetings, Pavilion Master, Elder Shi." Elder Shi chuckled and couldn't help but ask, "He said that the two of you chose the Chongshu Pavilion on your own initiative. Is that true?" Chu Luyue held back his laughter. "Of course it's true." Elder Shi stroked his beard in disbelief. Yuqi Song walked over and said, "You can take a look around today. You can decide who to take as your master after you've gained a certain understanding of the Chongshu Pavilion." He paused for a moment before he continued, pretending to be relaxed. "Initially, there were a few elders to choose from, but now, there's only me and Xia Yi left." Chu Liuyue's heart ached slightly, but he nodded anyway. "Thank you, Pavilion Master and Elder Shi." Then, under Lu Xiao and Yi Ranran's guidance, Chu Luiyue and Chang Wanzhou began to observe the Chongshu Pavilion. Chu Luiyue had been to this place many times in the past, but it was very different now. Traces of a battle could be seen everywhere, and many things had been damaged. Although a year had already passed, it could still be seen how desperate that battle was from this. After walking around, Chu Luiyue felt as if something was stuck in his heart, and he felt very uncomfortable. Almost all of the tens of thousands of books in the Chongshu Pavilion had been taken away, and they were all extremely precious prescriptions and martial arts techniques. The precious medicinal herbs had also been looted, and not a single one was left. All that was left was a medicinal garden that had just been planted. Although they had planted a lot of medicinal herbs, most of them took 100 years to grow. These herbs had only been planted a year ago, and they would have to wait for a long time. Chu Luiyue looked at the medicinal garden that had obviously just been renovated and asked hesitantly, "Senior brother Lu, what do you mean? You said that we can come to you if we need any medicinal herbs. Are these the ones you're referring to?" Lu Xiao scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. Well. Although these herbs have just been planted and can't be used for the time being, if little junior sister and little junior brother need anything, just let us know. We'll do our best to satisfy you. Chu Luiyue looked thoughtful. So, Senior brother Lu, you're saying, we should buy them outside? She suspected that these people might not even be able to afford the medicinal herbs she needed to refine pills. Most of the people in the Chongshu Pavilion are celestial physician. There should be a place dedicated to growing medicinal herbs. Why did they just open this medicinal garden? In the past, she had taken a lot of medicinal herbs from here. But why didn't they mention it now? Lu Xiao sighed. Little junior sister, you guessed right. The Chongshu Pavilion did have a very large medicinal garden in the past. But after that incident, the medicinal garden was destroyed. Not only were the medicinal herbs inside all damaged, but even that large area of land was affected and became a barren land. Now, this new medicinal garden is one of the few clean places on Qingyuan Mountain. Chu Luiyue frowned. How could this be? Who exactly was it that was so ruthless to the Chongshu Pavilion? No wonder Yuqi Song was forced to such a state. No wonder so many disciples in the Chongshu Pavilion left. Who could bear to stay in such a state? At the mention of this matter, Lu Xiao and Yi Ranran's mood became much gloomier. The few of them quieted down. After a short silence, Chu Luiyue said, "Senior brother Lu, I want to go to the original medicinal garden to take a look." Lu Xiao was shocked. Why are you going there? That place is already barren. There's nothing to see there. Moreover, the pavilion master has already given the order not to allow disciples to go there casually. A trace of disappointment flashed across Chu Luiyue's face. Yi Ranran blinked and whispered, "Senior brother Lu, if Lu Yu wants to take a look, let's bring her there." It's just a look. It's nothing. The pavilion master liked Lu Yu and Yi Ranran so much. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't punish them. Lu Xiao hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. All right. But after you go, you can't act on your own. We'll only take a look and come back. Chu Luiyue immediately nodded in agreement. I'll listen to Senior brother Lu. Then, the few of them took a detour to another road and walked towards the former medicinal garden. There were very few people in the Chongshu Pavilion now. They didn't meet anyone along the way. This made Lu Xiao and Yi Ranran secretly heave a sigh of relief. The further they went, the more deserted and lonely it became. Finally, after about a quarter of an hour, they finally arrived. That's it. Lu Xiao pointed at a barren land in front of him and said, "Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network." Chapter 561. The once dense and lush herb garden had become a truly barren land. At a glance, there were only some withered herbs left on the ochre-red dry ground. A faint bitter smell filled the air. Chu Luiyue stared at the herb garden. How did it become like this? When she heard Lu Jiao say that this place was also affected, she didn't pay too much attention to it. But now that she saw it with her own eyes, she knew how serious it was. The herb garden that Chongshu Pavilion had carefully nurtured for many years was completely destroyed overnight. Lu Jiao sighed softly. When it happened, Master and we were outside, so we didn't know what was going on. When I came back, I found that the herb garden had been destroyed. In fact, the herb garden had always been guarded by people. However, there were too many people that came that day. Moreover, it was obvious that it was premeditated. They directly killed the people who were guarding the herb garden and destroyed the herb garden. This was undoubtedly a fatal blow to Chongshu Pavilion. Chu Luiyue thought for a moment. This herb garden seems to take up a lot of space. To be able to destroy it to this extent overnight. They must have used some special method, right? We're also very puzzled about this, but until now, we haven't found out what happened. We only know that nothing can grow on this ground anymore. It's completely ruined. Chu Luiyue walked forward. Yi Ranran pulled her back. Lu Yu. What are you doing? The herb garden has been sealed. No one can enter. Even if the pavilion master doesn't pursue the matter, what if there's still danger inside? Chu Luiyue patted her hand. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'm just taking a closer look. What's there to see? Yi Ranran tried his best to persuade her. The pavilion master and master have already checked several times, but there's still no result. What can you do if you go? Let's go back quickly, okay? Lu Jiao's face was also filled with disapproval. We agreed before that we would only take a look. Little junior sister, you can't go back on your word. Chu Luiyue frowned slightly. She felt that the herb garden was very strange, so she wanted to get closer to take a look. However, these two people were blocking her way, so she really couldn't go over. However, at this moment, Chang Wanzhou, who had been standing silently by the side, suddenly walked over. Ah! Wanzhou! Yi Ranran and Lu Jiao were both shocked. They were so focused on stopping Chu Luiyue that they forgot that there was another person. By the time they realized it, Chang Wanzhou was already in front of the herb garden. A rusty iron lock hung on the broken iron fence. Dark red bloodstains could be vaguely seen on it. One could only imagine what kind of desperate battle had taken place here. There used to be a special enchantment set up around the medicinal garden, but it was all gone now. The only remaining door, which was damaged, could not stop anyone. With a leap, Chang Wanzhou jumped right in. Lu Jiao and Yi Ranran's expressions froze. Chang Wanzhou actually went in. How were they going to explain this to the pavilion master and the rest? While the two of them were in a daze, Chu Luiyue moved her feet and instantly broke out of their encirclement, rushing to the iron gate. Lu Yu. Don't. Before Yi Ranran could finish dissuading her, he saw Chu Luiyue jump in as well. It's over. These two people actually went in. Yi Ranran's round face flushed red. What should we do? Lu Jiao gritted his teeth. Stay here and guard. I'll follow them in. Anyway, those two people had already gone in. It was useless to say anything else. Right now, the most important thing was to ensure the safety of those two people. Yi Ranran nodded nervously. At this point, this was the only way. Lu Jiao quickly followed. He stood in front of the door and gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to enter, Chu Luiyue suddenly turned around. Senior brother Lu, don't come in. Lu Jiao had already taken a step forward, but when he heard this, he retracted his leg and almost lost his balance. What's wrong? Chu Luiyue's expression was serious. The soil here is poisonous. What? Lu Jiao was even more worried when he heard that. Then hurry up and come out. Chu Luiyue shook her head. Senior brother Lu, don't worry. This bit of poison is nothing to me and little Zhou. Wait for us outside first. Lu Jiao was dumbfounded. What do you mean, nothing? Didn't you say it was poisonous? He was still very worried. After thinking about it, he decided to go in. No, I can't watch you guys take the risk, Senior Brother Lu. If you come in, it will be considered a risk. Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows and said calmly. Lu Xiao looked at her calm expression and the uneasiness in his heart gradually calmed down. After thinking for a long time, he finally said, then I'll wait here first. If there's anything wrong, call me immediately. Chu Luiyue nodded and turned to walk inside. The faint bitter aura that she smelled earlier was indeed coming from here. Moreover, it was indeed poisonous as she had expected. However, because it was already diluted in the air, it was very difficult to detect. Only after entering this place did he have a clearer feeling of it. The closer she got to the ground, the stronger the poison. Chang Wanzhou's body had accumulated cold evil qi for many years. Ordinary poison had no effect on him at all. When she was reborn, she had already used the opportunity to repair her yuan meridian to improve her physique. Moreover, perhaps it was because of the power of the water droplet, the effect was much better than she had expected. Although it was not considered invulnerable to poison, it was more than enough to deal with such a situation. Unfortunately, she still couldn't identify what kind of poison it was. Chu Luiyue walked in and searched the ground carefully, trying to find some clues. When she reached a certain place, she suddenly stopped in her tracks and bent down. At her feet, there was a withered creeping spirit ginseng. The roots of the withered and curled leaves were suffused with a faint red color. She wrapped her palm with origin power and formed a defensive barrier. Then, she carefully pulled out the creeping spirit ginseng and carefully examined it over and over again. Sure enough, there was a red line that was like a strand of hair from the root, spreading along the back of the leaf. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to tell. What is this? Chu Luiyue frowned and muttered softly. Could it be that this red line caused the manling ginseng to wither? She walked to the side and pulled out another snowcloud vine. There was the same red line at the root. There's mestyuan gravel below. Chang Wanzhou suddenly said. Chu Luiyue looked up and asked curiously, what did you say? Chang Wanzhou pointed at the thing in her hand. That red line was nurtured by the mestyuan gravel. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 562. Chu Luiyue was even more puzzled. What is mestyuan gravel? Why had she never heard of it before? Chang Wanzhou took the manling ginseng from her hand. Be careful of the poison. Chu Luiyue was about to remind him to be careful when she saw Chang Wanzhou holding a silver needle in his hand. Then, he pierced the silver needle into the root of the manling ginseng and gently flicked it. Red sand slowly flowed out like water. However, before it could drip down, it quickly evaporated and turned into a faint red smoke that dissipated in the air. Chu Luiyue's eyes narrowed. So that was where the bitter smell in the air came from. Mestyuan gravel is extremely poisonous. Although it looks like sand, it can permeate anywhere like water. The reason why these herbs withered and were destroyed so quickly is because they absorbed this mestyuan gravel. Chang Wanzhou took the snow cloud vine and gently flicked the root. The same scene happened again. After losing the mestyuan gravel, the two herbs quickly shrank and curled into a ball. Chang Wanzhou pinched them with his fingertips and instantly turned them into powder. Chu Luiyue was dumbfounded. You mean, the herbs in this herb garden are all because of this so-called mestyuan gravel? Chang Wanzhou nodded. Mestyuan gravel is extremely mobile. Just a little bit can easily destroy a radius of dozens of miles. This herb garden was naturally not a problem. However, this mestyuan gravel is not that poisonous to people. As long as you don't come into contact with it personally, it won't affect you too much. Chu Luiyue looked at him with a complicated gaze. Why are you so familiar with this thing? This thing is very common in southern border. Chang Wanzhou clapped his hands, dispersing the powder as he said disapprovingly. Chu Luiyue nodded in understanding. No wonder, when she was the empress, she patrolled the 4 major territories in Tianling. Among the 4 territories, she only didn't go to southern border. It was because the environment there was terrible and dangerous. From the looks of it, the fact that Chang Wanzhou was able to walk out of there on his own was truly extraordinary. If we don't dig out the chaotic essence gravel as soon as possible, the whole mountain will fall into the enemy's hands in less than 3 years. Chang Wanzhou said lightly. Chu Luiyue was shocked. Chang Wanzhou is definitely not an alarmist. Then do you have any ideas? It would have been fine if she hadn't known, but now that she knew, she definitely couldn't watch as Qingyuan Mountain was destroyed. Under Chu Luiyue's expectant gaze, Chang Wanzhou nodded. There is a way, but it's rather troublesome. The mixed yuan gravel seemed to have been buried here for more than a year. It was very likely that it had already seeped into various parts of the mountain. It will take a lot of effort to get rid of them completely. Chu Luiyue breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was a way. What should I do? Chang Wanzhou paused for a moment. First of all, we have to pull out all the medicinal herbs in this medicinal garden and clean them one by one according to the method I used just now. Chu Luiyue's gaze froze. There were at least tens of thousands of withered medicinal herbs in this medicinal garden. If we really have to do it one by one like this, who knows how long it will take? Other than that, the other flowers and trees on this mountain are very likely to have absorbed it. Those will be more troublesome to deal with. Chu Luiyue's scalp went numb. Instead of that, it was better to just give up on Qingyuan Mountain. Is there no other way? Chu Luiyue held her forehead with a headache. Chang Wanzhou pursed his lips. Yes. Digression, I hope that everything will go smoothly for the college entrance examination. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 563. Under Mu Qinghe's strange gaze, Rong Xiu's eyelids twitched. After a long while, he spoke. It seems like Vice Admiral Mu is quite concerned about you, Mu Qinghe also felt that she couldn't continue the conversation. Since Rong Xiu didn't know these things, it was pointless to ask. It was better for him to check it out himself. After all, this vice general was the one who brought Chu Luiyue to Xiling. This is what I should do. He stood up and prepared to leave. It's getting late. I won't disturb Prince Li's rest. Just as he was about to leave, Rong Xiu suddenly said, Vice Admiral Mu, please wait. Mu Qinghe stood still and looked at him strangely. Rong Xiu smiled, and his expression seemed to have returned to normal. This prince has something that I would like to ask Vice Admiral Mu for help with. Imperial Palace, Huayang Palace. Chu Luiyue walked slowly in the backyard. Chani stood at the side and watched. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. Chu Luiyue seemed to be especially fond of these flowers and had been looking at them for a while. There was a thin layer of snow on her head and body. However, she didn't seem to notice it. She walked step by step, as if she had completely thrown everything else to the back of her mind. These flowers, are they that beautiful? Chani was full of doubts, but seeing that Chu Luiyue didn't do anything else, she could only suppress her suspicions. Footsteps came from afar. Chani turned around and immediately bowed respectfully. Your Highness, Third Princess. Sheng Wanwan walked over. The maidservant behind her held an umbrella for her. Her gaze landed directly on Chu Luiyue. White snow drifted down, contrasting with the blooming flowers. A slender woman in red stood among them. She was like a burning ball of fire. Her face without any makeup was beautiful and seemed to blend into the snow and flowers. It was especially moving. Sheng Wanwan slowly clenched her fists in her sleeves. In this world, there was a kind of person who would become the most beautiful scenery wherever they stood. All the light and color seemed to converge on that one person. This was a kind of spiritual charm that transcended the beauty of facial features. It was hard to describe, extremely rare, and extremely beautiful. She could definitely be considered a beauty herself. But it still felt like something was missing. In her memory, there was only one person who had such an aura. Sheng Guanyu. However, even though Chu Luiyue came from an ordinary background, there was a faint air of nobility about him. Sheng Guanwan felt even more uncomfortable. Hearing the voice, Chu Luiyue turned around and bowed. Sheng Guanwan asked with a smile. It's snowing outside. Why is Miss Chu here to admire the flowers? Because I have never seen 100 flowers bloom at this time of the year. I was curious, so I stayed here to watch for a long time. I'm sure you can only see such scenery here. As Chu Luiyue spoke, a hint of envy appeared on her face. Sheng Guanwan didn't think much of it, but she put on an apologetic expression. Just now, Lord Zhua said that Imperial Father's health has improved over the past 2 days, so this princess will personally take care of him. I'm afraid that I won't be able to keep Miss Chu here today. Chu Luiyue understood in her heart. Third princess, if you have something to do, please go ahead. I won't disturb you any longer. Sheng Guanwan nodded. This princess obtained a few new medicinal herbs recently. They are all rare treasures. Unfortunately, this princess isn't a celestial physician and has no use for them. Why don't I give them to Miss Chu? As she spoke, she raised her hand. The palace maids behind her immediately stepped forward and presented 3 boxes. Chu Luiyue hesitated for a moment, then accepted them. Thank you, third princess. After that, the two of them chatted for a while before Sheng Guanwan left. Chani was in charge of escorting Chu Luiyue out of the palace. Chu Luiyue left the palace and walked alone on the streets. Earlier, when she was in the back garden of Huayang Palace, she appeared to be admiring the flowers, but in reality, she was measuring the location of the ditch step by step. The ditch was very close to the ground. Just by standing there and paying close attention, she could sense the sound of the water flowing below and the direction it was flowing in. Right now, she had already sketched out the outline of the ditch in her mind. If she guessed correctly, the water in the ditch was drawn from Jade Spring Mountain and flowing toward. Suddenly, Chu Luiyue stopped in her tracks, a hint of surprise flashing through her eyes. The water in the ditch seemed to be flowing toward the Imperial Ancestral Hall. One had to know that the Imperial Ancestral Hall was the most sacred and important hall in the palace. Both inside and outside the hall, besides the guards, there was also a meticulously set up profound formation. That place had been built when the Taizu were still around. Every brick, stone, grass, and tree had been carefully crafted and couldn't be damaged easily. Yet, Sheng Guanwan had actually dug the ditch there? Chu Luiyue frowned. What was Sheng Guanwan trying to do by doing this? Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps came from behind her. Hurry up! Hurry up! Eldest young master has summoned us. Why aren't you hurrying up? Chu Luiyue turned around and saw a man urging her with an urgent expression. Behind him, there were 4 men. These people looked to be in their 20s, but their faces were somewhat haggard. Hearing the man's urging, one of them couldn't help but say, "We want to hurry up too. But eldest young master summoned us so urgently that we didn't even have time to pack." That's right. He hasn't summoned us for a year. Who knew that he would suddenly summon us today? Isn't this too sudden? With our current state, we can't hurry up. We still have to bring little 4. Chu Luiyue quickly sized up the few of them and squinted her eyes. These people were all crippled. 2 of them were one-armed, the other was one-legged, and the man called Little 4 had deeply sunken eyelids. He seemed to be blind. Even the man who shouted had 2 scars on his face, which directly ruined his face. He looked very terrifying. The scar-faced man's frown deepened. He looked even more ferocious and bloody. If you don't want to live anymore, just continue to drag it out like this. They all fell silent and tried to speed up as much as possible. Chu Luiyue took a few steps back and made way. They hurried past her. It was snowing now, and there were fewer people on the street. These people walked forward and gradually went away. Chu Luiyue wanted to leave, but she heard one of them speak. What's the difference between us and death now? If I knew that place was so dangerous, I wouldn't have followed eldest young master a year ago. Now that my arm is broken, I can't cultivate anymore. I'm just a useless person. His voice was very soft, but Chu Luiyue heard it clearly. The other people seemed to be touched and fell silent. Chu Luiyue frowned slightly. Eldest young master, a year ago, a dangerous place. Could it be that the eldest young master these people were talking about was Jianghu? The place they were going to now was the Jiang mansion? An idea popped up in Chu Luiyue's mind as she quietly followed him. Digression, con, go offline. Update together at 7 p.m. The rest of the mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from AI Network. Chapter 564. Lu Xiao thought that she had already decided who she wanted to acknowledge as her master, so he said excitedly, okay. I'll go with you. Yi Ranran also walked over. He glanced at the two of them nervously and patted his chest. You scared me to death. Lu Yu, Wanzhou, you're too bold. Fortunately, nothing happened this time. Don't go in casually again. Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows slightly. Indeed, she wouldn't go in casually. The next time she came, she would probably deal with all the trouble here. After making sure that the two of them were fine, they went back together. When they returned to Jingfeng Hall, where Yuqi Song was, Chu Luiyue went in alone with Chang Wanzhou. Elder Xiaoyi seemed to be busy with something else, so Yuqi Song was the only one left in the hall. Upon seeing the two of them, Yuqi Song smiled and said, How do you feel? Have you made up your mind? Chu Luiyue nodded. Both little Zhou and I want to acknowledge you as our master. Weiqi Song was both pleasantly surprised and shocked. Both of them were extremely outstanding, so he valued and liked them very much. Of course, he was happy that they were willing to acknowledge him as their master. However, at the same time, he had his own concerns. Have you made up your mind? Actually, Elder Xiaoyi's current strength is stronger than mine. Yuqi Song said frankly. Chu Luiyue looked determined. We've already made up our mind. Otherwise, we wouldn't have chosen Chongshu Pavilion. Yuqi Song was filled with many emotions. Okay. Since you're willing to acknowledge me as your master, I'll definitely teach you everything I know. I'll tell Xiaoyi later and ask him to prepare the ceremony. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Chu Luiyue said, Pavilion Master, the ceremony is for outsiders to see. It's not important. What's important is that little Zhou and I have already acknowledged you. As he spoke, Chu Luiyue suddenly took a step back. Then, he knelt on the ground and solemnly kowtowed. Yuqi Song was stunned and hurriedly helped her up. What are you doing? Pavilion Master, if you don't mind, from today onwards, I will be your disciple. Yuqi Song's hand froze in midair. The young girl kneeling in front of him had an incomparably serious expression on her face. There seemed to be a faint light floating in her pair of black glass-like eyes. His heart felt like it had been hit hard by something, and even his eyes started to sting. Chu Luiyue's lips curved up slightly. Kowtow. He kowtowed again. Chu Luiyue solemnly completed the apprenticeship ceremony. Get up. Get up. Yuqi Song suppressed the excitement in his heart. Chu Luiyue stood up. Disciple Chu Luiyue greets master. Yuqi Song didn't know what to say. Since the sneak attack on the Chongshu Pavilion and the accidental death of his only son, Yuqi Lang, he had been depressed. If it weren't for the fear of ruining the Chongshu Pavilion in his hands and the fear that his disciples would be bullied when they went out, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on. Chang Wanzhou also followed the same process to become a disciple. Yuqi Song's voice was a little trembling. Good children. You are all good children. Now, the Chongshu Pavilion is no longer the same as before, and I have nothing to give you. Only this. As he spoke, he slowly and carefully took out 2 golden whistles from the ring of cosmos. There is a trace of my power on these whistles. As long as you blow them, no matter where you are, I will immediately come to you. Yuchi Song said as he handed over the whistles. There was deep nostalgia and pain in his eyes. These whistles. I made them myself. I planned to give them to Lang Lang An, and little Yuea. But they don't need them now, so I will give them to you. Chu Liuyue's heart skipped a beat. Making these things consumed a lot of force and spirit, and it might take a long time for them to recover. Yuchi Song actually made 2 of them. And just now, he said that one was for Yuchi Lang, and the other, Master, who did you say this is for? Chu Luyue asked in an extremely soft voice. Yuchi Song smiled bitterly. Look at me, I always call her little Yuea, and I'm used to it. In fact, she is the former princess of the Tianling dynasty. Now that she is no longer here, you may not have heard of her, so it's normal that you don't know her. He rubbed the whistle in his hand. In fact, she can be considered as half of my disciple. Originally, I had planned to give this to her on her wedding day. Unexpectedly, she didn't get it. And I won't have such a chance anymore. Chu Liuyue's mind was blank, and her body was stiff as she took the whistle. She rubbed her fingers and seemed to engrave something. She turned the whistle over. There was indeed a small word, "you," engraved on it. Chang Wanzhou, who was beside her, took the other whistle. He turned his head and saw that Chu Liuyue's reaction seemed to be a little abnormal, so he casually glanced at it. When he looked, he saw the words on it. He was stunned for a moment. She is also called Yu? Yuchi Song nodded. Yes. That is little Yuea's name. Coincidentally, Lu Yu's name also has the word Yu. This is probably a kind of fate. Lu Yu, you don't mind, do you? Chu Luyue took a deep breath and looked up with a bright smile. How can that be? This is a gift from Master, so it is naturally extremely precious. If she knows that you treat her so well, she will definitely be very happy. Yuchi Song sighed. I hope so. Chu Luyue suppressed the waves in her heart and carefully put away the whistle. On the other hand, Chang Wanzhou, who was at the side, was stunned. Then, he looked at Yuchi Song and asked. Master, has the little Yuea you mentioned been to Nanjiang before? Yuchi Song thought for a moment and shook her head. Nanjiang is dangerous and desolate. She probably hasn't been there before. A hint of disappointment flashed across Chang Wanzhou's face. Chu Luyue sighed softly in her heart. This child, she really didn't know how long she would be searching in such a daze. Chu Luyue sorted out her thoughts in her mind and said, Master, actually, little Zhou and I have something to discuss with you today. The medicinal garden before Chongshu Pavilion, the soil there is poisonous. You should know that, right? Yuchi Song's expression changed slightly. You went there? Chu Luyue immediately said, Don't be angry. Don't be angry, and don't worry. Let me finish. Little Zhou and I found that something was wrong there today, so we went to check it out. You even went in? Yuchi Song really couldn't calm down this time. The guts of these 2 people were too big. Chu Luyue coughed. Master, we're all fine. Aren't we fine? Moreover, we found that there's something under there. Have you heard of mixed yuan gravel? Yuchi Song frowned. Mixed yuan gravel? What's that? Chu Luyue then briefly explained the matter. Yuchi Song's expression changed several times. When Chu Luyue proposed to use herself as bait, Yuchi Song finally couldn't help but stand up and say in a deep voice, I don't agree. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.